Ulanis Akompi will be in lane 6. Zion Musgrove in lane 7 from 8 Mile Rock. And also from SAC, Taylor Adley in lane number 8.
Expect a lot of fireworks in the middle there with Akari Roberts from C.R. Walker. Aaron Barr from Tabernacle has been phenomenal so far in this championship, so expect a lot of fireworks between those two. Aaron has been strong in those longer distances. This is, I think, her shorter distance that she is running, but expect a lot from her in this race. But you cannot count out Akari Roberts from C.R. Walker. C.R. Walker known for 800-meter runners and that middle distance runners as well. I'm
interested to see how Akompi does. Yesterday, she did a pretty good time in the 800 meters. This was after running the 400-meter hurdles earlier in the day. So I'm interested now, fresh. She doesn't have to run the hurdles today. Let's see how she does going 2 laps without the effort of having to run earlier with an event like the 400-meter hurdles. So I'll keep an eye on her as well.
She could very well be a sleeper. Again, 2:29.58 with that added effort of having to run the hurdles. May be a representation in that time, so she may come out very strong.
We'll see indeed as this race gets ready to start. This is our under 17 girls 800-meter finale. The boys standing by for the under 17 800 there as well. So again, lots of activity still to go. We are now back on the track for the start of the under 17 girls 800 meters, and no issues on the start. I don't know, have they ever had a false start? I think at 800, I would imagine that would be crazy. I don't know how you would false start at 800 meters.
It's very difficult, but I have seen it before.
Have you really?
Yeah. Wow. Again, you get very angsty.
Nervous, perhaps?
Yeah.
And very quickly now, the race starting to develop. You can see the 2 front runners from SAC and C.R. Walker, it looks like.
I think that is Ulanis Akompi and Akari Roberts from C.R. Walker.
Yeah, and like I said, I thought that Akompi would run very well. I think she's sitting at actually in that 3rd spot. But we do see the 2 SAC runners still very much in the mix. C.R. Walker out front at the moment. But still with 1 lap to go, a lot of good racing still to come. And you can see they come up on the bell now. And it is the young lady competitor from C.R. Walker, Akari Roberts, who will have the lead going into the final lap. Anybody's race here. Now the race strategy comes in. Who's got the most left in their legs? Who's going to be able to push through here?
As you can see, Aaron Barr from Tabernacle has decided to make the move. She was in 5th spot coming up to about 100 meters to go on that first lap. She's made the move. She's now sitting in 3rd spot, challenging St. Augustine's College. Does she have enough, though, to continue to challenge Akari Roberts? Coming there, you can see her there, the competitor in the blue top is trying to get out there. Akompi in 3rd place right now. Barr in 2nd. Akompi trying to chase her. Out front is Roberts all by herself. 1:45 coming up to about the 200-meter mark. They're chasing 2:19.22 for a qualifier.
Yeah, and really as they come down, it's all going to be the young lady from C.R. Walker. That's Akari Roberts, who's going to win this race comfortably. But I just had, you know, early on, we saw where she was comfortable enough to just sit back and wait. And she didn't push the issue, but she's now going to try and stretch it out. Try to get that qualifying standing in. It is 2:19.22. That is the CARIFTA qualifying standard. You can see the crowd start to build up their intensity now. They're urging her towards the finish line as she crosses it, and the crowd erupts. Did she get it?
Just slightly over, 2:19.38.
Wow, so close. And the crowd trying to bring her in, and that may, I think if I'm the organizing committee and I'm trying to select this team, I may give her the benefit of the doubt. That's close enough, yeah. And I think maybe with the atmosphere of CARIFTA time, that she's going to be able to be somebody that we can reckon with. So, and she's going to have 10 days and as well to train some more. So I would not imagine she's going to fade away.
I'd like to take this time to put in my infomercial to remind everybody that CARIFTA doesn't have specific entry standards.
Yes.
These are standards that we here in the Bahamas, self-imposed standards. But again, you need to have a line drawn somewhere to say this is what you need to get to
be competitive.
So so she doesn't have an automatic qualifier. Does that mean she's excluded from the team? Most definitely not. There's an 80-member team that's available. It's going to take a team of coaches and officials to sit down and sift through. All right, that 2:19 is very close to 2:19.22. do we send her? The same conversation that you said that she would have. If she does have a bigger push with the excitement of CARIFTA, can she get to this, what would be presumably a 4th place average over the last couple of years? Can she make that standard going forward? So that's something that you're looking at.
And I think actually it works out very well, because in this situation, you don't have to travel, so you're at home. Right. So why not put her in a position to have that home crowd behind her and see what she can do?
See, the quote problem that comes in place is everybody has that argument.
That's
and
true.
We have a finite.
She's close enough.
Right. We have a finite number that we can enter. 40 and 40.
Yeah.
Or 36 and 36, and then I think you could roll the next 8 into wherever you want it. But that's still the discussion that's going to be had.
Yeah,
if she had run 2:19.21, there's no discussion.
Yeah.
She's an automatic qualifier according to our standard.
Yeah.
Now, if she was going after Junior Worlds or something like that, there is a specific standard that she has to meet. But here, this is, like you said, I never thought about it like that before. Self-imposed standard.
Yeah.
That we have something that we need to have a gauge.
And that's mostly because we want to be competitive, right? We've gone beyond the point of just simply wanting to have athletes there. We want to have people that are going to be not only competitive, but have a chance to win a medal. And so that's how we could look at it now. We've gone beyond just to put athletes in.
When Mr. Seeley started CARIFTA, the thought was it was a Caribbean developmental meet. And
again, we see the replay on your screens as just really smooth running, and I think she still has more.
Very relaxed.
I think if she was pushed, if she had somebody running alongside of her, I think she shaves off maybe another second or so off that race. So I would like to see her get an opportunity to do so.
But getting back to the qualification standard, every year it's a challenge, right? Because you have 50 or so that qualifies, and then the executive committee have to decide who.
Yeah, we already got 50 qualifiers, right? And so now you got to really kind of winnow it down and decide who is the best alternatives to get out there and put forward the best chances for us to do well. Speaking of which, we do have another event coming up on the track. This will be the under-17 boys 800 meters. Lastly, Naissance, C.R. Walker has lane 1 occupied. That's Cameron Newton. F.E. Stevens Academy, which I understand is in Calabash Bay, Andros. North Eleuthera, Benrico Pierre has lane 3. That's Tyrone Conliffe of Jack Haywood Senior High in lane 4. Zion Henfield, Tabernacle Baptist, has lane 5 set up. Ross Martin, C.R. Walker in 6. Jaden Cooper, St. John's in 7. And that's Duron Pratt, QC, in lane number 8. Fastest qualifying time coming into this is 2:04.03, set by Tyrone Conliffe, the qualifying standard 2:01.96. So they're not too far off. We'll see maybe if they're pushed in this finale that we'll see if somebody can get there.
Tyrone and Zion are very close to each other in terms of coming into this. I can't remember if they were in the same heat this morning, but having those 2 times, and I'm sure that they know it, going into this race, so that may be something that's playing on each other. Expect them to get out very quickly here and try to separate themselves from the pack.
And there is the starting gun. We are underway. First of 2 laps here in this 800-meter run for the under-17 boys.
I also don't want you to count out Ross Martin from C.R. Walker, the Shades guy. That's what we've been calling him. He runs very smooth, very cool.
There you go.
Right. If see him making a move already, he's a very tactical runner. He ran in the long distances last night. Expect him to be in the mix as well here.
Well, our current front runner is often like he's running the 400 meters at this stage. I don't know. Maybe he's adopted a new strategy. I don't know.
This is actually Benrico Pierre from North Eleuthera. He did the same thing in the 1500. Came 4th, I believe.
Mr. High Stepper, yes, I do recall him.
So he started very quickly the same way. We thought he was a rabbit, and if you haven't told him that he has to pace himself, he's not going to pace himself. He's going out there very quickly. If he can keep this up, he may be the sleeper.
Yeah, he is off to a good torrid pace right now, and everybody's trying to play catch-up, but they are starting to reel him in just a bit now. He's slowed his pace down, still in front. But the lead has shrunk to about 10 meters now, and they're right on his heel. Now he's stretching it out again.
Yeah. I'm saying he may be the sleeper. He's pulling away, but it is Tyrone right now from Jack Haywood.
He doesn't look too tired either. He still looks comfortable.
But here comes Tyrone. Tyrone is tracking him down. Tyrone is on him right now. Jaden Cooper from St. John's also in the mix right now, trying to get on him.
Here comes. He's caught him.
Yep. Tyrone takes him over.
And right about here is where that grizzly bear jumps on your back. You gave all your effort, and all of a sudden the fridge hops on your shoulder, and you got to tote that because you just got passed after giving your best effort. But Good run nonetheless. He looks like he may hold on for second here if he can just keep the energy level up. And picking up the pace here, going toward the finish line. Look at that. Perhaps inspired by the strong first lap. And second place. Wow, what a tremendous run in that under 17 boys 800 meters.
But watch out that Pierre when he learns to run.
Yeah, he figures it out. Yeah, when he figures it out, he's going to be a threat.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hope he does keep it up.
Tyrone Conley from Jack Hayward does pick up the win. His time, 2:02.73, just off the automatic qualifier. But again, definitely a possibility of making the team.
And we are pushing through. The excitement level continues to build here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium as the evening starts to come upon us here on this final day of competition. It is the CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. So much more activity still to come. 800 meters, and of course, coming up later on tonight, we will have those relays, the 4x1s and the 4x4s, to close out this 3 days of competition.
And a lot on the line with the relays, not just points for those standings for schools, but remember, the school that wins each one of the relays does get a subvention towards the Penn relays in a few months. And
I just found out about that, which is a great extra incentive, like you imagined, like you just said, in terms of now schools really putting forward the effort to actually win.
Right.
You know, not just go for points. Let's go out there and try to win this thing, because it's going to give us a chance to not only compete here, but now to have a chance to go to the Penn relays and not have to come out of pocket.
And that's a phenomenal experience, the Penn relays for those kids, to be around just that competition, but also to experience and talk to a lot of other people.
Looks like one of our field events about to get rolling. Is this the triple jump or the long jump? I think it's the triple jump. The long jump was yesterday. So we do have the triple jump competition coming up for the boys. We'll try to get a lineup for that and tell you all about it in just a short while. We did see the girls under 17 a short while ago. Perhaps this as the boys under 17. We'll track down that information. And I see here boys under 20 triple jump. So maybe that is what we're about to witness. Meanwhile, back on the track. Here we go. Under 20 boys. 800 meters.
Girls.
Under 20 girls. 800 meters. This is Lily Camacho, and I was saying, boy, these, you know, they're starting to do some stuff, but you know, Lily Camacho in lane 1, Michael Bullitt in lane number 2. That's Ezethia Maycock of SAC in lane number 3. Treasure Burrows, Tabernacle Baptist in lane 4. Jasmine Mackey has lane 5. She's running unattached. St. George's with Alfrenique Knowles in lane 6. Ashley Sawyer, Doris Johnson has lane 7, and that is Lakeisha Lewis in lane number 8. She's running unattached as well as we get set for the under 20 girls 800 meter finale.
And again, another shameless plug. Running in lane 8, representing the University of the Bahamas, Lakeisha Lewis, trying to make the CARIFTA team representing UB. Again, the time they're chasing is 2:16.21.
I would be remiss if I didn't say welcome home, Lisa Nichols Hall. See, I know you're watching.
You may have some sort of compulsion to do that.
Yes, you know, it's
I would like for you to go home tonight.
That's just true.
I would like you to go home tonight.
Under 20 girls underway here in the 800 meters. 2 laps around the track. And again, I like what I'm seeing here. We talked about this becoming a much faster paced event, and we see immediately these young ladies not saving anything. They're getting out there in that first lap and seeing how well they can hold off the field. That looks to be Alfrenique Knowles of St. George's out front for the moment. But we'll see if that does hold up. A lot of running to go, and you can see they're separated. They got a nice bunch, about 5 athletes sitting right there in that front pack, separating themselves early on. Good pace here, comfortable running through the first lap of competition. And here comes the bell. One more round to go. Here's where the strategy comes in. Who's got a little left in those legs? They're able to kick. And when do you kick is really important. Right. When do you kick? Do I go early? Do I go late? Do I try to take steam out of the legs of my competitors? Or do I believe in my sprinting capacity and believe I can outrun everybody toward the finish line?
Well, here they go. Somebody's going to make a move.
Somebody making a move right now on the outside.
Couple of moves.
Got two athletes trying to do something here. That looks like Azika Maycock now moving into the second spot. Currently right behind our leader, that is Jasmine Mackey running unattached there. But Maycock now coming up on the inside. Those two runners now have established themselves as the front runners. We'll see if... Now we see the first leader is now dropped all the way to fourth. And now an outside run here coming up from Tabernacle Baptist. That's Treasure Burrows who's trying to make a move to get back into this thing. Treasure Burrows coming on strong. Now fighting her way into second, moving towards first. Treasure Burrows saving the kick for last. We talk about knowing when to kick it in. And it is Treasure Burrows who comes all the way from behind to win it. What a solid run from Treasure Burrows, stealing the win with about 5 meters to go. And Azizia Maycock could only look on and see her go by. Jasmine Mackey, the same thing. They saw Treasure Burrows go by and they had nothing left to give.
Treasure Burrows picks up the win. Very tactical race, 2:18.53. About 2 seconds off of the automatic CARIFTA qualifier. But again, the argument can be made. In 2 weeks, you have a lot more push.
Yeah.
Yes. And this is the second race of the day.
Yeah, that's just right. I do not envy the selection committee to have to put this thing together. I really don't. They're going to have a very, very tough challenge ahead of them. There'll be some phone calls being made. Once this team is announced on Tuesday morning, you know the phone is going to start ringing.
It's too late at that point. One of the coaches,
the lobbying starts tonight.
Now they've already started. The meeting is this evening at 9:30. Coach Dubold, who had been on with us a few times, had said that it's not the selection that's the problem. Right. It's the ratification. What's the problem? Because it's the ratification
all the coaches
where coaches can come in and look at what the selection has made, and then they have to ratify.
It's going to get pretty heated, I would imagine.
Yes. And again, like we said, the automatic qualifiers who follow, and I don't want to say follow the rules, but comply with what has been put out there in terms of their protocols. I make a qualifier, I finish third, I don't have an argument.
Yeah.
I make a qualifier, I come second, I'm on the team. You've got to figure out someone else.
Yeah, somebody else got to go, but it ain't going to be
it ain't going to be me.
Right.
Those are set. It's where you have, like we said, we were talking about right here with who was it? Akari from C.R. Walker.
Yes.
Runs 2:19.38. The qualifier is 2:19.22.
Yeah, right off it.
What do you do?
Well, the argument here is,
Right, there's the argument.
Yeah.
Right.
And, having to run two races in the same day. I know it's the way they do it in CARIFTA, but,
that does play a factor, though.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, the recovery, being able to come back. And so that is something that I'm sure the selection committee will have to take into account as they go through the process. This is the under-20 boys shot put you're seeing on your screen, but obviously there is so much to focus on. We talk about that, and like I said, I don't envy those guys at all having to put this together. No matter what happens, there's going to be somebody who's going to be disappointed. There's going to be some upset parents somewhere, some upset coaches, and once the names are announced, I guarantee you, there'll be some people going to have to answer some questions as to why my son or my daughter or my athlete is not on that squad. And they may have to go into hiding for a couple of days. So turn your phone off.
It's usually the sprints that you go clear. It's after the 400 meters when
things start to get and on the field.
Get a little wonky. And on the field, absolutely. Gets a little wonky there.
Yeah, because on the field there are so many other variables and factors that come into it. Yeah. Was it a windy day? What was the conditions like?
Yeah.
What were the conditions like that day? So those are things that start to come into play in terms of making that decision. automatic qualifiers, easy to do.
Yeah, and once you make that and maybe that's another reason you put those in too,
right.
because you got that in, and now you can say, well, listen, this is what we put forward. They did that, no argument, and so. When you have it too wide open, that's
because when we talked about the high jump and the under 17 high jump, you had 5 qualifiers. All right, you qualified. Great job. Did you finish 1 or 2?
Yes.
The rules say, the protocols say, qualifiers 1 and 2 at the national or CARIFTA trials, you're on the team.
And
Bam.
On your screen.
I could have made it, but
that's Jonathan Rogers of C.I. Gibson about to take the runway. We're seeing the under 20 boys triple jump, which is just about to get rolling here. Jonathan Rogers, C.I. Gibson.
You know, it's tough to make the qualifying standard and still get.
And still not
that probably doesn't sit well.
Yeah.
Say better luck next time.
And the thing is, because we had this interesting discussion in the leadership meeting in the Olympic Committee, amongst Olympic committees, those 2 athletes that we leave home may be better than 2 athletes someplace else.
Yep.
So true.
So that we just saw that from C.I. Gibson. We now have Treasure Burrows.
So apparently he must have scratched.
Yeah, I think he scratched.
Go back and take a look at his foot mark and see where he went wrong. He's like, you got to show me, because I thought I did well. He sat down. You got to get a close-up look. I like that. He said, just by this much.
We're going to head quickly over to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with Treasure Burrows, the under 20 girls 800-meter champion for us here today. Jay.
Treasure Burrows, 2 minutes, 18 seconds. New national champion. How you felt about the race?
I felt really good coming inside of the race. I trained all year round to PR every single time I run the 800 this year.
Well, what was your strategy? You came from behind, from 3rd place to be able to conquer and come up 1st place. What was the strategy going into the race?
I tried to follow their pace, because if I didn't, I probably would have lost all of my energy and have no strategy coming home.
Congratulations, Treasure Burrows, Tabernacle Baptist Academy, this year's under 20 girls 800-meter champion.
All right, good stuff indeed. And you heard her say, she trained hard all year long and has it. What did she say? She PB'd every single time.
So every race.
That says a lot.
Yeah.
It continues. It shows progression, and that's what you want. That's exactly what you want.
And I don't have a horse in the race, but she can make an argument. If I've been progressing every race this season, I ran 2:18. If I continue progressing, I'll hit that 2:16 or even lower. That can be the argument that's made. Are you on an upward swing or a downward tick in terms of your time or performance? If that's the case, her coach makes that argument.
Yeah,
I'm sure he will.
I'm sure.
He's probably got it outlined and ready to go.
Right.
As soon as he saw that time, he's like, okay, here's what I got to get her on in.
Exactly. And again, those are the things that you make the argument, and the hard argument that's going to be in that room.
Yeah, he had some issues with the run-up as we get back to the competition there in the triple jump. That is the competitor from, it looked like Aaron Bailey. That's Clarence Smith. And now you see the runners coming onto the track for the under 20 boys 800. Quickly going through Elena Simons on licks for the moment, like lane 7 and 8 are open, but I will wait to see a few moments, and here they come. So sometimes you got to be patient. We just talked about patience and perseverance, and here comes the rest of the field. At least lane 7, lane 8 I'm sure will get in here at some point. But here's what the starting list is, at least as far as we know. Alexis Brown, St. Augustine's College, has lane 1. Clyde Richards, C.I. Walker in lane 2. Levinsky Turgeons, P.J. Bethel High School, has lane 3 occupied. Raywin Winder, Doris Johnson in lane 4. That's Jordan Williams, Tabernacle Baptist at 5. Paulindo Bauer, running unattached in lane number 6. Lexico Adley, Government High in 7. And Redith Stubbs, Tabernacle Baptist, will be in lane number 8. Good look again at the under 20 boys shot put finale, which has been going on for a while. They're probably down to the last few throws. We'll try to get an update on that. Perhaps maybe Jay Philippe can swing on down and let us know how that competition is going. We'll give you an update on that as quickly as possible.
And let me be the first to welcome you back, man.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's like the prodigal has returned.
Yeah.
I know.
So moving on, as you were saying, we're getting ready for the under 20 boys 800-meter run.
He's sitting right here alongside of me on the left. So lane 8 does remain open. Now, that's the quickest I've seen. Said, on your marks, and it was gone. And so starter said, I don't need to hear all of that. Let's just get this race underway. We're going started in the under 20 boys 800 meters finale. Good smooth running here, and again, so good. You know, track is one of those sports that, you know, athletically, when you watch it and you see the way the running is, it's one of the first things we learn, right? It's the first thing as a kid. You know, the one is for you start walking, you crawl, you walk, and then you run.
Yep.
And so it's one of the first things we do as people. And one of the first things you want, who's the fastest one, right? And so now that's not surprising that track and field continues to be, you know, one of the sports that maybe doesn't pay as much as those other sports, but still captures the imagination of the fans to want to come out and see what's going on.
Yep.
So very big bunch there. Expect Raymond Winder from Doris Johnson to pull away. He's very strong in the 15, but you cannot count out Jordan Williams from Tabernacle Baptist, who had a very strong heat this morning.
Yeah, he ran a 2:02.88. Boyer also comes in with a pretty good time of 2:03.79. So, yeah, don't be surprised. We see a tight finish toward the end here. Just about a second separating all of these runners.
Raymond in that yellow, see him making his move. He's a very tactical runner.
And he's just stalking.
Exactly.
The man in front, and now he makes his move.
Right.
Can he respond? Does for the moment.
Jordan Williams from Tabernacle trying to hold off Winder.
Athletes sucking in at it, trying to get that last bit of juice in the legs here.
Trying to hold off Polindo Bauer, trying to hold him off.
I think he's going to hold him. Polindo looks as if he's going to hold on here. Jordan Williams pulling away.
That's Polindo, pardon me.
Sorry, who is in front.
But a challenge there by Jordan Williams. Raymond Winder gets sucked up, but it does look like Jordan Williams was able to pull off that second spot.
Getting a good look at the time at this stage.
2:02.52.
Right around the time they had coming in. Yeah, so 2:02. Remember, the CARIFTA qualifying standard is 1:54.12, so they're well off that pace, but certainly a good run. Very entertaining to watch nonetheless.
That's another decision that has to be made, eh?
Yes, sir.
So Jordan Williams comes in second at 2:03.56, and Raymond Winder comes in third at 2:03.95. So a close finish there. On a very technical basis, it will be Jordan Williams who picks up the national championship, as Polindo is competing as a part of the CARIFTA trials segment. But it is Jordan Williams who will get the points and presumably the national championship for the 800 and under 20 boys. I'm assuming Jay Philippe is standing by with Polindo Bauer. His time, 2:02.52, unless they've recorrected it. We head over to you, Jay. Jay?
Now, I'm not sure if Jay has his mic on because we can't hear him at the moment, but we're going to... There we go, Jay.
Can we hear you now, Jay?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes,
we can hear you now.
Yes.
I'm with the winner right here. He said he can run another 800 right now. That's how much energy he has. Congratulations on an awesome win. Talk me through the race, how you felt about your performance.
Well, overall, I would say that I'm proud of being the national champion of the Bahamas currently. It wasn't the time that I wanted, but I know it's all in God's favor. It's been a bit difficult working and training late nights by myself, running early in the morning, but I know dedication will take you anywhere and further than just talent alone. Mostly, I just like to thank my coach Andrew Dines and my mother, my uncle, and my father, Walden Davis. I can't really say how much I appreciate them. Without them, I wouldn't be this far. I have so much people to congratulate, especially just getting my prayers from my church, Holy Spirit. It's many blessings to be grateful for.
Wow, you heard it from him. Talked about when you crossed the line, you celebrated.
Yeah.
You looked at the stands, you looked at the crowds. What was that all about?
To prove them wrong, because I came third in the heat, and I have a lot of high expectations for myself and other people, so I know that they would have thought that I would have lost the final, but it's all about mentality, mental. It's all about your mental.
There you go, a proud performer, the new national champion in the 800 under 20 boys.
I'm inclined to believe him now. He said he could run another 800 because he had a lot of breath left to say a lot. He said a
Start
whole
running, buddy.
lot there. So
Start running.
Exactly.
Start running. Because I couldn't do the first one, much less the second one.
Under 20 boys shot put still going on. They're still rocking and rolling with that event. Let's see if we can, perhaps, again, we're at a point where we can't quite see what the distances are, or even what the standings are in that under 20 boys shot put. We'll keep you, or rather give you an update once that competition wraps up. We'll tell you who the winners were in that event. So standings are currently being posted as far as the team standings. Remember, this is also not only just the CARIFTA trials, they're also the high school nationals. So there is something to be said about that as well. We kind of overlooked that for a second doing this, but that is not to be unmentioned. Focus is CARIFTA, yes, in 10 days, but these kids are also competing for their various high schools, trying to get the bragging rights. As we see once again on the runway from C.I. Gibson, hoping for a legal jump this time, and the red flag again goes up. He's popping some good ones, but they unfortunately don't count. We got a medal ceremony and get it ready to happen. Let's swing it on over and see what's happening.
With a leap of 11.73 meters, Bailey Major. The medal ceremonies for the 800 meters under 14 boys. The bronze medalist, representing St. John's, Cordell Monroe. The silver medalist, representing St. John's, Anthony Saunders. And our champion in the 800 meters under 14 boys. The gold medalist, representing St. Augustine's College, with a time of 2 minutes, 22.08 seconds, R.J. Roberts. Folks, let's get your attention to the triple jump.
We have finished up with the 800 meters. Coming up will be the 200-meter events. And you can see the first set of competitors already going through their warm-ups. We'll give you the lane assignments very quickly in just a few short moments. Right, though, we do have the updated standings. We talked about this being the high school championship. We do have the updated standings. SAC leads the way in the under 20 males division. Total of 64 points for QC in second with 38. Tenaz has 37. They're in third. C.I. Gibson in that fourth spot with 31. And rounding out the top five, C.C. Sweeney with a total of 28 points. Now in the open division, the males open division, C.I. Walker, a total of 14 points, has the lead there. Sunland Baptist, 5 points, followed by C.C. Sweeney with 4, and St. George's with 3. As we shift over to the girls, and we'll give you those in a few seconds. We'll come back to that. Let's give you those lane assignments right now, though, for the 200 meters, which are about to get started here. This is the under 14 girls. Lane assignments, lane 1, Trinity Rose, Sunland Baptist. Next to her is Jayla Smith-Sack in lane 2. Zara Frazier, QC, has lane 3 occupied. That's Kaziro Thomas of Bishop Michael Eldon in lane 4. Breon Ward has lane 5 from T.A. Thompson. QC's Rosellis Moxie has lane 6. Shannon Edwards-Bruno has lane number 7, and that is Ania Adams, SC Boodle, in lane number 8. Fastest qualifying time coming in belongs to young lady in the middle of your track. Kazira Thomas of Bishop Michael Ellen comes in with a 25.30. CARIFTA qualifying standard 24.47. The high school record, if you're wondering, held by Dana LaFleur, set back in 2016. She ran a 26.12.
This should be a pretty good race.
It should. I think so too. 200s are always, you know, very exciting. Not over as quickly as the 100s.
Yes.
You got time to see it develop. Power comes into effect here in the 200, not just speed. And off and running they go. Around the curve and into the straightaway already. And you can see right there setting the tempo in lane number 4. No surprise here. The young lady from Bishop Michael Ellen, Kazira Thomas. We talked about her before this race started, and she has taken it away from everybody else. No competition, as finishing in second right there in lane 3 was Zara Frazier of QC. But what an outstanding run just now for Kazira Thomas of Bishop Michael Eldon. She left little to doubt.
Yep, it wasn't exciting as I thought.
Yeah, we anticipated, and she said, I got your excitement right here. I'm gonna tell you about this a little bit later on. Absolutely. Hey, and if you come down here for nothing else, you may want to come down here for the fritters. They're actually very good. I was able to sneak one in.
I thought you were going to ask for my expert opinion on that.
No, I tried it myself. I don't take second hand when it comes to fritters. I gotta.
I almost feel bad. I usually only have my fritters on Saturdays from Mortimer's, but I had those were kind of.
Yeah, those are very good.
They're kind of up there.
Well seasoned, yeah.
I like taste conch.
Yeah, I was about to say, and it wasn't just dough,
Right.
So, well, we really got off course here, but we went into a whole different category. But tell you what, we just saw an exciting race. And now we're set to continue. We got the under 14 boys now, 200 meters coming up next. Lane assignments. Let's give them while we can. Nico Seymour, St. John's will be in lane 1. Tavares Moss, Sunland Baptist will be in 2. Sean Ferguson, St. John's in 3. Cameron Henfield, QC in 4. Keyshawn Pinder will be in lane 5. He's from St. Paul's Methodist. Zion Bradford in 6 from Sunland Baptist. SAC has Jeray Woodside in 7. And C.H. Reeves with Lavario Ferguson in lane number 8. And we can give you an update as well on team scores in the under 14 division for the girls at QC with 112.5 points. They lead the way. SAC has second, 62.5. Third place AF Valley with 38, 37 points for Jack Hayward Junior High. They're in the 4th spot. And rounding out the top 5, Preston Aubrey with a total of 26.
We're going to head over real quick to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with the winner. Jay.
Kia's won not 1, but 2 titles here at the National High School Championships. What's your take on their performance today?
I'm very proud of myself. I am glad that I was able to get a net-off record. Even though I didn't already break it in the heats, I'm glad that I was able to do it again in the finals.
You seem very confident. During that race just now, you was all alone in the lane by yourself. Is that a distraction for you, or you're just that confident?
I mean, it's just, yeah, it's not a distraction.
There you go, Thomas, the under 14 girl national champion. 2 titles. Back to you, Chris.
Jay, you're working very hard today. We may need to put a petition together for a raise for you.
We may have to send you some fritters.
Some fritters at the very least. Some fritters. At the very most, a healthy raise. Working out there hard. That son is not playing today as we get ready now for the under 14 boys.
And we gave you those lane assignments. Seymour, Moss, Ferguson, Henfield, Pinder, Bradford, Woodside, and Ferguson. Lanes 1 through 8, and they're going to stand them up here.
Sean Pinder has been very strong early on in the meet as well. Expect something from him. Do not count out Zion Bradford from Sunland Baptist in lane 6, who has been very phenomenal. But of course, picking up that center lane from QC is Cameron Henfield. The 3 competitors, Ferguson, Henfield, and Pinder, All three running under 25 seconds in the heats. Pardon me, from the semifinals to get to this final.
You can hear some of the field events still going on. That would be the under 20 boys triple jump.
The assistant starter got back in place, and now we're ready for the start here in this under 14 boys 200 final.
And no issues on the start. They are off and running. Let's see how this one plays out. Coming into the straightaway, and you can see out there in the middle of the track and running with that interesting style.
He's been running with it for a while.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, they say. And nothing is definitely broken here. As you can see, he's going to pull away from the rest of the field. Still running strong and through the tape in lane number 5.
Keyshawn Finn, I said don't count him out. He does have a very unorthodox style. But like you said, if it isn't broke.
Yeah, until he starts to lose, I wouldn't try to do anything right now. He's got a little choppy hand motion, but he generates a lot of speed, and that is what counts at the end of the day. Another one like that, Anthony Strong, we see, she had an unorthodox running style, but she continued. We just saw her run the second fastest time in the world in the 100 meters just a few short days ago. I think she ran an 11:02. So just goes to show you, unorthodox sometimes works to great effect.
I still would like him to pump those on.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, he leaves a lot out there. You can imagine how well he would do if somebody got a hold of him early enough to correct that.
Do remember the American sprinter Michael Johnson had a very unorthodox run as well.
Yes.
He's got a couple of Olympic medals, World Championship medals to his name. So like you said, if it's working for you, let it work. But he, with his golden shoes, proves that, yes, you can run. Very unorthodox.
It doesn't have to be pretty.
Right.
Just
got to be fast.
Get to the line.
Just get there ahead of everybody else.
So he runs a 23.57, improves his time from the semis, a little bit off the CARIFTA qualifying of 2:19. But again, that is under 14. So that bodes well for him as he has a few years in under 17 coming up.
Now we do have another set of competitors already starting to get onto the track. This will be the under 17 girls in just a few short moments. You see the competitors now walk on and they'll go to their respective blocks. Speaking of girls, the under 17 female scores has SAC out front with 108. QC has 69 points. They're distant second. In third, Temple Christian making an appearance with a total of 44 points. C.R. Walker has 39 points to be in fourth. St. John's rounding out the top 5 with 32. And boy, the crowd responding to what apparently was a great jump in the triple jump category across the way. That's the under 17 boys, under 20 boys triple jump category. Just going on.
Let's head real quick over to Jay Philippe, standing by with Keyshawn Pinder, the winner in the under 14 boys 200. Jay.
Keyshawn Pinder, he would have won the 100, now winning the 200 in the under 14 boys. You are putting St. Paul's on the map. Talk about your race and your performance.
My performance was pretty good. And then the race, the start, I could get a little better start, but it was good.
Coming from a small school, what does it mean to be the national champion here in New Providence?
I never been national champion, so it feels awesome. And hoping to do it next year too.
There you go, Keyshawn, you're national champion in the 100 and 200 in the under 14 boys age group. Back to you, Chris.
All right. Way to jog the memory there, young fella. But, you're a little too young to be starting to lose track of yourself there, Jay. But, I tell you, that's a testimony again. He said, I've never been a national champion before.
I've never been one either.
And neither have I. And so it just goes to show you, this is just something that for these youngsters means so much. And you put that work in it, and then at the end of the day to now say, I was the best in that moment on that track. And it can be the impetus builder for outstanding careers. Maybe not even in track and field, but it does, gives you confidence moving forward in a lot of different arenas. This is why we talk about sports being one of those things that translates into real life, right? You put the work in and it pays off.
So going back to Grant Muhammad saying, I'm the national champion.
Yes,
He's
sir.
going to be a hero, right?
Yes, indeed. Under 17 girls all lined up now. They're ready to go for this one. Taking a look at the under 17. This is Yelena Simons here. Caitlin Smith. St. John's has lane 1. That's Shakina Johnson running unattached in lane 2. Alexis Roberts has lane 3 from SAC. Jemiah Nabi, QC, in lane 4. Cheyenne Demerit, SAC, in lane 5. Shania Adley, Tabernacle, in lane 6. Rashay Pantry has lane number 7 for QC. And St. John's, Peyton Knowles, in lane number 8.
Nabi, athlete of the games, eh?
You got Nabi?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right then.
She is phenomenal. Using one of Chris' big words, you know.
And there they go. Nabi running strongly. Meanwhile, we can see from Tabernacle, that's Adley, but you can see, Jemiah Nabi right now. And again, she has an interesting leaning forward sprinting style. But again, if it works, by all means, keep it going. Second going to Cheyenne Demerit of SAC. But it was all young Miss Nabi there, and you can see she's quite pleased with her performance. Looks nonplussed and certainly unfatigued.
I think we got a golden girl on the horizon.
Yes, sir. She shows some tremendous potential.
I love that word, non-fatigue.
Yes.
The good news for her, she was chasing 24.83 as the CARIFTA qualifying time. I think she has already made it, but to win here and surpass the time again, 2:4.53, her time, she's definitely going to be a part of that team.
Yeah, if she's not, I'm sure they'll get a visit from Ramel Knowles.
Yeah, most definitely.
Please don't say that. Please don't open that can of worms.
Yeah, me and Dramico already had it out.
Yeah, I was about to say, please,
really? Okay,
please don't open that can of worms to say that the BOC is interfering with the B3As.
Far be it from me.
Please.
I incited
Ramel, I'd like to also point out that I did help you out of that one just now.
Yeah, thank you.
Please remember.
Appreciate that. Hey, so we have actually 2 flights. 2 finals in this 200 meters. So the second set of athletes are now coming onto the track here in this under 20. So apparently had so
17.
many. Yeah.
It's under 17.
Under
sorry.
17.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What their thought process is that this is not only doubling as a national championship, but also the CARIFTA trials, that we allow the top 16 an opportunity to run one last time to possibly make that CARIFTA time.
And so we have a few empty lanes there. It was slated to be a full track, but some of those athletes apparently have either opted not to run or perhaps were no shows. So let's see. That's Laniqua Black, Tabernacle Baptist in lane 1. Tamia Edwards, Anatole Rogers in lane 2. Well, they have 2 Laniqua Blacks, so that can't be right. Both from Tabernacle, unless they're twins and parents just got out running out of names and just said, you know what, so...
Times 2.
Yeah. No, it is actually, they're twins.
Really? And they're both named... Okay,
no, one name is Laniqua and one is Laniqua.
Right, okay, so yes.
They are twins.
Spelled slightly different.
Slightly
one's
different.
K-U-E, one's K-U-A. All right.
Laniqua.
And Khalid, all right, so all right, I'll take that. So they're both sisters, both twins, both in that... And, I was right. I guess when I said twins... They were determined to get that Laniqua and Laniqua, and so they said, you know what? Let's keep everybody confused. Not only do they look alike, but their names will sound alike.
Yeah. Well, here comes one of them right now, pulling out ever so slightly.
And the other one coming on strong as well. May nip her sister at the tape. It's going to be nip and tuck photo finish.
.10.52 and 10.53.
Wonder what the conversation is on the way home. Boy, I tell you, I was faster than you. I was born before you. Started in the womb.
Yes.
Again, 3 Tabernacle Falcons in this B final. Tabby with 4 overall, 1 in the A final as well. So they're doing something pretty good down there.
They came very close to going 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Tamia Edwards from Anatole Rogers right there in the middle, playing spoiler.
And she was able to break up that trifecta. Run, there go the young, they call them Falconettes? I don't know. Lady Falcons. What are they?
No, Falcons.
Okay.
Celis being what were you again?
Well, I know the Tabernacle Baptist Falcons. But I just want to know maybe, because some schools they
schools
they feminize it.
Female,
so I wanted to know if they maybe did that with this, but no, I guess not.
Let's change the conversation. I don't want you canceled.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, this is true.
I do not want you. I do not want you canceled.
It is a cancel society, so let's be careful.
Again, I'd like to point out I helped you out of this one too.
I will appreciate that. Fritters for Mr. Saunders.
That's what to say. You can pay me in fritters.
Under 17s now getting ready to take the track. This will be the first of two finales here. One will be the A final, which you're going to see right now with Egan Neely in lane 1 from St. Augustine's College. Running unattached is Everett Frazier in lane 2. Aiden Kelly, Tabernacle Baptist in 3. Andrew Brown, St. Augustine's College. He has been the class of this race so far at this meet. Unattached is Caden Smith in lane 5. Trent Ford of SAC in lane number 6. Zion Shepard, Jack Hayward High School, Senior High, in lane number 7. And that's Rolani LeBranch in lane number 8, running unattached.
Do not count Egan Neely out in that first lane. He could play spoiler for Andrew Brown.
Yeah, coming in this, I know Egan had some great times coming in.
And do not count out Everett Frazier either, coming from pedigree as well in terms of a strong family known for sprints. The time they're chasing is 22:08.
He's related to Warren?
Yeah.
He is indeed.
Yeah.
Andrew has run 22:3 in the semis.
And we'll see what they can produce here as they settle down to the blocks for the start of the first of our two flights.
Ooh, yeah, oh.
A false start.
And I think it is the one that we were pointing to right there, and I think he knows it.
Yeah,
Everett knows it. It was an ever so slight jerk that he had. I don't know if we have the replay on that, but it was an ever so slight jerk there.
Yeah, and he's looking back saying, please don't come my way.
Give me another shot. Give me another shot.
Yes. Yeah, but he knows it. He's got his hand down in his hand, and then he knows that it's just a matter of time. But
now it is a starter and assistant starter decision, because we do not have automatic pads.
This is true.
They can decide to give a warning to the entire field, and we've seen closer false starts than this.
Not disqualified.
Not disqualified, but a white card.
No, I see a red card
coming. So unfortunately, this is not going to be one of those.
She's forming for such a long way too. You see her coming, and it's like you're like, please go away. And he started walking off before she got there.
Very disappointing.
That's tough for the young man.
Oh, he's crying.
Oh yeah, he's in absolutely distraught, and you can imagine he put so much in. He's getting consoled by one of the other runners over there.
From QC, I think he is from QC as well. And again, it is very disappointing, but I can understand a few years back, or maybe a little bit more than a few years, the rationale for the IAAF to put in a no-fault start rule, because a lot of runners were taking advantage of it.
Yeah,
and it prolonged
to hold everybody else back. And
right.
People who had quick starts, I could false start and allow to take that advantage away, because everybody wants to stay back now.
And Everett did come in with a 2.78. Outside chance, but could still have made it.
And this time, no issues. They're off and running. And very quickly, you can see in the middle of your track, that is lane 4.
Oh, my goodness.
Charging to the forefront. Oh, he's got his head down, but look at lane number 3, still running strongly, and now easing up. He knows he's got it. Lane number 4 will be your winner. That's 5, sorry. Lane number 5.
That's Caden Smith.
Didn't see that
unattached. I didn't see that coming either. We had our eyes set on Brown, and Caden, the young man who was actually from Plantation, Florida, runs for South Plant High School out of Plantation, Florida. Getting it done here. He talked about having his chance to come down to New Providence and run here and perhaps represent the Bahamas, and now not only having the chance, but putting it on the biggest stage possible in terms of these trials. So good work there for the young man.
So Caden does run 2:157, surpassing the CARIFTA qualifying mark. But because he is unattached, Andrew Brown from SAC at 2:214 will be named champion. Great run there by Caden Smith, 2:157.
Well, you would imagine he would be definitely looked at for the CARIFTA team there. That good job by Caden. You saw Brown coming in late. He was all out of his normal running stance, just trying to get back into that race there, and perhaps unfamiliar.
Yes.
Seeing the runners in front of him, and that is something that sometimes can throw people
Real
off.
quick, we're going to head over to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with Jemiah Nabi, the winner in the under-17 girls 200. Her time 2:4.53. Jay.
Nabi, you dominated the race from start to finish. How was you able to maintain composure and dominate today?
Firstly, I'm mainly God. I couldn't do without him. Building my faith and more, and I came out here to dominate. Then my parents, Zulika Nabi and Jamal Nabi, and grandparents, Winston Roberts, Una Roberts and son struck in.
Sounds like a promotion. Congratulations, you are the champion. Back to you, Chris.
Listen, if you win it, you don't call it. It's all, don't come home.
She made sure to get that plug in there.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir.
hope she gets a check for it.
She gets to eat tonight.
She gets to eat. That's what it is.
There you go. And the second of runs now. This is the B flight for the under-17 B final for the under-17 boys. Looks like just 2 runners there. And there we go. That's lane 2. Should be Jaden McPhee. You know what? They're actually putting on a good race here.
Yeah, they're still chasing the clock.
Although, that's exactly right. He is actually running very strongly. Difficult to tell because he's got nobody pushing him, but in lane 4, that's a pretty solid run there. Rotario Tate, Jack Haywood, all smiles now. And he's
23.44.
He's like, you know what, y'all could have put me in the big boys race. I could have ran into the other one. Very quick turnover. I like guys with that, you know, when they got that. Usually the shorter athletes, they look like they're going a lot faster than they really are.
Yes.
Because the feet,
yeah,
but
feet are moving. The strides, eh? What was that time?
2:3.44.
So he was actually he would not have you know, been in the running for
right.
in the heat before, but you know, it's still a good effort.
Yes.
The under 20s coming up, girls setting up there on the track.
But this Nabi girl, she's
real quick before we get to this, sorry, we want to just head over to Jay real quick. Jay.
Lanique Black, what a gutsy performance in the 200. How was you able to come out with as a victor?
Listen to my coach and sprint the whole race. It was hard, but I made it through.
One of my colleagues were wondering, how was it, the conversation between you and your sister every day talking about track in the field? And are you going to tease her after today's performance?
Of course. And the conversations, they were helpful and they were very motivational. And I thank her for pushing me to come first.
There you go, Lanique Black, the 2023 national champion.
You know, it's a given. Yeah, she knows it's coming. Should have beat me. Under 20 girls coming your way now. 200 meters. They're on the track. Lena Simons coming your way. Markel Newbold. C.V. Bethel has lane 1. That is Karis Taylor, Kingsway Academy in lane 2. Naya Wright, Sack in lane 3. Quincy Penn, Moores Island has lane 4. That is Chatalia Dorset, Sunland Baptist in lane 5. Amari Pratt, Sack in 6. Naya Richards in 7. She represents Kieran's College. And next to her in lane number 8, Doris Johnson's Diamia Bow. So far, so good, man. It has been an awesome night in the competition to this stage. As we are going to wait for the start of this particular race. Again, this is the 200 meters under 20 girls.
It's incredible how relaxed these young kids are under all this pressure, right?
That is so true. I mean, you know, I guess a lot of it has to do with, like, some of it is a testimony to the preparation, obviously the coaches who get them prepared for this, but you know, it's like almost like these kids are they're almost built for it. You know, it's like, you know,
bring it on.
It's like they come out, you know. And I think maybe it's because it's a video games. They play. They probably pretend it's a video game. I can just hit reset if I don't. just hit restart.
Do not count out Quincy Penn from Morris Island in the middle. They're chasing 2-4-4. Clean start there.
And off and running they go. Nia Wright. St. Augustine's College has a slight lead as they come to the handstand, but here comes Morris Island. We talked about this. Quincy Penn, but on the inside, just inside of her, Sunland Baptist pulling away. And it will be Sunland Baptist. Here come the two stackers coming on strong at the end. But Sunland Baptist, Chatalia Dorset, streaming through the finish line in first place, followed by Sax Amari Pratt and Nia Wright. Perhaps a little bit too exuberant with the celebration there. So, they seem to be. I love the fact that the camaraderie's there. You know, even these competitors, they want to win, yes, but they're friends at the end of it. There isn't any, animosity. You say, "Good job, well done. I'll get you next time." That's it.
As we watch the replay here in the under 20 girls, it is Quincy Penn who picks up the win. Her time, 24.53, just over the qualifying standard. But she has put in a very productive resume for a position on that team. Heading over now for somebody else who's made a very...
who's made a statement?
Made a statement, to say the least. Caden Smith, who has set a qualifier in the boys under 17 200. Jay.
So Chris, I won't put him on a team as yet, but like you mentioned, he met the qualifying standard. Caden, impressive win. Walk me through the race.
So... last night I was on the phone with my coach and we were just going through it step by step, and I memorized it and executed it. That's pretty much what I did.
How do you feel about the competition? I know that you don't reside here in the Bahamas. You're in high school in Florida. How's the level of competition here compared to Florida?
They on the same scale, but Florida they got runners. They got runners.
There you go. That's Caden Smith. He's your 2023 champion.
All right, awesome stuff indeed. Congratulations to Caden, who is well on his way. He's got a great career ahead of him. Just keep going, young fella. And I love the humble attitude. His early sunset. What a beautiful sight.
Who's running this drone?
The drone. He was over here a second ago.
He's horrible. These are the worst drone shots I've ever seen. The worst.
If I hear a humming sound, it dive bombs you right now.
These are some. I'm being sarcastic here, but these are some awesome shots. Great use of light. I've told some of my students to watch out for them, because they are such great use of light.
Yeah. It's become an art, right? Cinematography.
I promise you one thing. I couldn't do it.
No, that's
too much.
I can't even get the thing off the ground. I crash.
Okay,
I crash almost immediately.
I bought the cheap one, and it's
somewhere. I got one somewhere in some bushes. Somewhere
in the tree. That's where mine is.
B-flight of the 200 meters under 20 girls. 4 competitors on the track, and right away, right in the middle there, you can see the young lady from SAC. That's Melante Clark, and she's going to be tested a little bit on the inside from Government High. Kevin East Hannah giving her a run for the money here. These two will go nip and tuck toward the finish line. And oh boy, that may require a photo finish. So hard to call that one.
They were so close together and so close moving forward that it almost looked like one was assisting the next. So you watching Paralympics, where they have aid assistance. That's almost what it looked like, how close they were.
It really was. I mean, that was just amazing to see. You can see right now, I get the replay on the screen. They're fighting it out. They're shoulder to shoulder, and they're both, none of them willing to give in to the other. And as they come toward the finish line, boy, that is so tough. I would have to wait for the official ruling on this one. It's too tight for our eyes to see with the naked eye.
Let me give you a quick joke. When I was anxious to hear the Smith guy talk, But then Chris said, well, you know, he grew up in Florida.
Yes.
I took my son to high school, and in the hotel, he started, hey, Dad.
Listen, you guys are, you stop the passport. They go through customs immediately. Their accent changes. But he grew up in Florida, so I give him the benefit of the doubt. You guys and fellas been here all their life. As soon as the people stamp the passport, yo, what's up, man?
in immigration. Heading over now quickly.
I haven't even gone on the plane yet.
We're gonna head over quickly to Jay with Quincy Penn, the winner in the under 20 girls 200. Jay.
Quincy is putting Morris Island on the map at this year's Nationals. What a gutsy performance once again. How you felt about the race?
I felt good about the race. It was a good run. Yeah.
I know a lot of persons don't know much about you, but after today and this entire weekend, the entire Bahamas knows who Quincy Penn is.
Right. So.
Any message for your people back in Morris Island?
I just want to say, come on, y'all, and do it for y'all and make y'all proud.
There you go. The next big thing for Morris Island. Back to you, Chris.
All right, no passport issues there. She definitely knows.
Get ready to go.
Look at her form, too.
She actually kind of eased up a little bit at the end. So there's just so much to go, so much positivity there, so much to from the upside there for that young lady. And we talked about Morris Island continue to produce top-fledged athletes, man. I don't know what they're doing down there.
They're doing
something going on.
The coke.
Yeah.
Real quick, we're watching Kenny Moxie from QC in the pole vault competition. I think, if I remember correctly, he's the only competitor.
I was going to say, I think he's the only one.
He's the only competitor here. So just make one clearance and you're the national champion. But again, I think that his father was a national champion in the pole vault. As we get ready for it, this is going to be a phenomenal race right here.
Quickly,
Jonathan Fowler 3.
Let's do it.
Right
there, lady.
Way out there.
That was easy to pick it out. St. George's Akeem Boleg, and he's just disgusted with himself. He knows it.
Yeah, he was way out of there.
And he was almost at the finish line when the gun went off. That's what you call a real early start there. And he's going to be talking about this
for a hot minute.
I
don't know what it is. I don't know what he's saying, but I think it's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if he heard something.
I didn't hear the gun.
I don't know what he...
Not my fault y'all was late. I had it timed just right. Y'all just pushed the trigger late.
But it is kind of disappointing to see this happen on this type of stage. Yeah, you could see it clear there. Again, the officials do not get the benefit of
the replay,
and they do not have pads, so it's going to be by sight. You see, just come back right there. He's definitely ahead. You see the replay.
There it is. Yeah, and it's not like, in football, you say the offensive line, you say they pulled me offside, and there's nobody pulling you offside.
And he knows it. You can see it.
Yeah, he knew it right away. He's just waiting
quickly.
Right now to see that lady come towards him with the red card.
Unfortunately, we probably should not have been playing the replay.
I think did they show it in the stadium?
I think they did. But I think this is a foregone conclusion. This wasn't a close one.
No.
Where the replay would have aided in any way. But real quick, just running through who's going to be running in lane 1, Malcolm Williams unattached. Lane 2, Otto Lang unattached in 2. Jonathan Fowler in 3 from SAC. Adam Musgrove unattached in 4. Jeremiah Adley from NCA in 5. Zion Campbell unattached in 6. And Tafari Strawn unattached in 7. Not sure if they have shown him the card as yet, but that is Akeem Boleg from St. George's in 8. If they have not shown him the card.
If I'm the other guy that got disqualified earlier, I got an argument now.
Right.
I really say, well, gee, that was a lot more blatant than what I did.
They did hold them for just a little bit long than normal. So that may have been the argument that again, it's not just the starter that makes the decision.
Yes.
He makes the final decision, but the assistant starters come together. You see them all come over to have the bonfire, the campfire
discussion.
Right, that chat. But again, they're getting back, so they've given a white card to the field.
So he gets a reprieve, a stay-up sentence, if you will. Let's see if that got the last-minute call from the governor.
Otto Lang is not running in 2, so Jonathan Fowler in 3 is going to be where you're going to look for a lot of fireworks, along with Adam Musgrove, who's running unattached. NCA's Adderley as well can be a spoiler here.
And immediately jumping out, looks like in lane number 5, and now streaming to the forefront. But now, oh wow, look at that, coming back strong in the middle of the track. We're going to have a good finish here.
Yeah.
This is going to be a finish.
15 meters. And holding on in lane number 4.
Adam Musgrove.
Adam Musgrove, we talked about him, and he does not disappoint here. Good race here in that under 20 boys. First of all, 2 finals here. This is the A flight. Great run for Adam Musgrove. But tightly bunched. So I love the fact that we had a anybody's race still going on with about 15 meters to go. Anybody could have won it. It was just who was going to be able to persevere. And in this case, it was Musgrove able to get it done.
Musgrove picks up the win, 21.58. Jeremiah Adderley from NCA, 21.63. In the blue and yellow. Looks like Jonathan Fowler from SAC takes 3rd.
And what is the CARIFTA qualifying
21.4.
21.4. So
now again, Adam can make the consistent argument. He came in at 2.164, drops to 2.158.
So he's showing progression.
Progressively getting faster. So again, that's something that the committee probably will look at.
Yeah, he could say I'm actually peaking now. I won't, and I'm on my peak phase. I haven't peaked yet. So there's more to come, better to come. And there's our lone competitor.
Well, he ran well yesterday in the 100 meters as well.
That's a good look at
I would
David Charlton.
I would assume that he will be in the pool for the 4x1 at the very least.
Yeah. That's very true, yeah.
At the very least.
Have an opportunity
and still could possibly be run the 1 and the 2.
Not for the faint of heart. It's the pole vault, and he clears that rather easily.
National champion, automatic.
There you go.
Makes 1 mark, he becomes national champion. But again, I'm quite sure that his father, Kenny Moxie, used to compete in pole vault for the Bahamas.
I do recall the name, yes.
I for some reason, and I may be going out on a limb, I feel like it was C.C. Sweeting. I may be wrong on that one. But Kenny Moxie was a pole vaulter for the Bahamas and coaches now. And I think he does coach this Kenny Moxie.
The only person I could remember is your very own Ricardo Lightburn.
Right.
Yeah. Ricardo told me he did the pole vault.
Yeah.
Right. He said it. I need to see pictures. I need to see pictures.
I need to see visual.
Heading quickly over before we get the B finals started. Adam Musgrove wins the under 20 boys. He's standing by now with Jay Philippe.
Adam Musgrove, 21.58. You've been dominant for the past 3 days. What about the 200 meters that made you want to come out here and win?
I feel as if my best attribute is my top end. And the 200 being longer than 100 allows me to use that. So me and my coach been working on it. And yeah, I felt as if this would be my better fan of the 2.
It was a close race. You almost came from behind a little bit to gain momentum to be able to pull away.
Well, you know, sometimes it's going to happen. People are going to get out, and so have to stay relaxed, run your own race. You know, like I say, I got my coach, but he taught me all that. He taught me how to go through the race, showed me different scenarios, and I was able to win with that scenario in front of me.
There you go, Adam Musgrove, your 2023 national champion.
Loving the shades.
Jay, thanks a lot. We're getting ready now for the B final of the under 20 boys.
A lot of empty lanes here. Just 3 runners on the track. Lane 1, lane 7, and lane 8. Lane 1 belonging to Torino Evans, Humphrey Christie. Lane 7, that's set up for running Laguerre. He's running unattached. And Jaden Joaquin, C.B. Bethel, in lane number 8.
So I tried to give Ricardo his props. Eh?
You did. You did.
I told him I want to see photographic proof. Ricardo also told me that he competed in CARIFTA in 1976, which would have been Easter, early April. I was born 5 weeks later.
Was this Jamaica, I think?
No, it was right here in the Bahamas. And he reminds us that it was at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium on Cinder Block.
Yes.
On Cinder Block. Wow. Okay. That is taking me back.
Ronnie Laguerre unattached. Took the early lead. Out now, though, is Torino Evans.
And
it's going to come down. Yeah, everybody chasing here, but it will look like
lane number 8.
Jaden Joaquin.
Jaden Joaquin, CV Bethel, who came on strong at the end. Holds up a hand of jubilation.
Gets your win. It's a B final win, but still a win nonetheless.
And the crowd again responding to some of the field activities.
I think that's triple.
The triple jump competition still going strong. As we get a good look at the replay here in that last B final for the under 20 boys. See coming on strong here down the stretch. Jaden Joaquin, CV Bethel, streaming toward the finish line. See in lane 1, they looked over to his right and he realized, okay, they caught me.
So I was in Grand Bahama last week, and that was Ricardo's claim to fame at CARIFTA, how he pole vaulted. Nobody in the Bahamas could beat him.
Gotta love it. And listen, and tell proven otherwise. That's it, right? So C.I. Gibson, there is the young man from C.I. Gibson. As we mentioned, the triple jump is still going strong over there. And get some congrats. It looks like I think he did something.
Yeah, he popped one.
He might have popped one. Yeah. The crowd certainly responded. He had a couple of miscues early on. He jumped some good jumps, but they were fouls, and now I think he may have just gotten one in. We'll find out. So if you wonder why you're still seeing 200-meter runners on the track, this is because they have introduced the invitational runs. Right? We saw Stephen Dirty Newbold run in the one earlier this week, and now we have the men's 200-meter invitational. And on the track is DiCaprio Brown. He'll be in lane number 1. Lane 2 is empty, so that would have been Austin Clark. Maverick Bowleg in lane number 3. Kennard Roll in lane 4. Stephen Newbold, we just talked about him. Yes. Back for more, apparently. In lane 5, actually, he's that lane is open. So Stephen says, you know what, I saw enough in the 1 to know that I don't need to run in the 2. So Newbold does not show up. We got Quentin Ellis in lane 6. Ralph Walker, lane number 7, and in lane 8 is Rakeem Sweeting. So a chance for some of these athletes that maybe don't compete so much, chance to get out here in front of a crowd once again and run.
Yep. I was surprised to see Newbold yesterday in the 100.
Yeah. Apparently he was surprised too.
Yeah, he was.
He's like, yeah, what am I doing there?
My good friend. So some bragging rights on the line here.
Yes, for sure. This is the invitational 200-meter dash for men. Bowleg and Brown in 1, sorry. And they are good to go. Off and running, no issues on the start here. And as they make the turn and come into the headway, it is in the middle of the track and running very, very strongly. That is Maverick Bowleg, it looks like, who is taking it away from the rest of the field. And it will be a good finish here in lane number 4. Sorry, that's Kennard Roll.
Wow.
Showing he's still got some speed.
What the time?
I'd like to know his time, too. That was pretty impressive by Kennard Roll. 22:07 is the flash time I'm seeing on the board right now. Not a bad run for Kennard.
No.
As we take a look back at the under 20 boys triple jump competition still going on.
That's where the excitement is now, eh?
That's right. That's William McKinney on the runway. Interesting to see how far along we are in this competition at this stage. Probably moving down towards they started out with 17 competitors. I would imagine they've whittled it down quite a bit now.
Yeah. 17 is a lot.
Yeah, probably down to that final 8 or 10 jumpers. You know, the crowd very much engaged in this triple jump. I've been hearing the clapping. I've heard the shouts, and as they, and that's going to be well shy of that. What we think is the qualifying. In fact, the red flag goes up anyway. So you'll have to regroup. Not sure how many jumps he would have left.
It's good when they're close to the spectators, so they get that.
Yeah, you get some dap.
Yeah. This has been a magnificent 3-day, 4-day event.
Yeah, you know, I can't say enough about what we've witnessed over these 3 days, and you know, starting on Saturday morning bright and early, and right through here it is on Monday now, and it started out great and continued to be great, you know, and that's, you know, one of those things that you worry sometimes, you know, when you come in and you say, well, I hope they come out and put on a good show. And, well, no question about it. They did just that.
Yeah. You know, games usually start off a little bumpy. Everybody trying to get into the motion, and when they start, they take off.
As we see another athlete here, and pops off. If they measure it, let's see. It looks like Laquan Ellis, who is jumping unattached. He's got his hands up, so maybe he's pretty pleased.
Did he move in the first place?
I think, you know what? I think he may have done something pretty good here. All right, so apparently he has made the CARIFTA qualifying mark. We just talked about Ellis. Looked like he was happy with himself, and with good reason, apparently.
He's going to be here in 2 weeks, is it?
Yes, sir. He's earned his spot. And right now, here is the young man from C.I. Gibson once again. Jonathan Rogers. Streaming down the runway. Pops off. Another great jump.
That's
oh, my goodness.
Let's see the white.
He has put forward some great efforts, and a red flag once again. Man, if he can just get it together, he has popped off some really, really good jumps here. You can tell he's like, man, he's like, you got to show me. You got to show me. He's unconvinced at this stage that they're telling the truth. He says, it's a conspiracy. You guys are lying on me. Yes. Wow, you know, and, you know, I wonder, I hope he has a legal jump in there somewhere.
He did.
But just to show you, let's say, for instance, he fouled all 4 attempts. I don't know how many attempts you get, but let's say he fouled them all. But you saw the results there, and you just figure, I just got to tweak something. Yeah. Do you then say, I got to put him out there? Because
again, this is where that discussion comes in.
Yeah.
Let's say he had made a qualifying mark already.
No.
Comes here to the CARIFTA trials, doesn't finish 1 or 2, but does have a mark. Do you put him on the team? He's not an automatic qualifier for the team. Do you put him on the team?
Yeah.
Because obviously, if he's hitting the clay, he's very close.
Yeah.
And it's obviously close enough that you can't see it visually.
Yeah.
So this is the discussion. This is the discussion that will be had tonight. Does anybody hear?
Anybody hear it? That's one of those things. And you asked about the drone operator. There he is. He's got a nice floppy hat on and everything.
That's going to be a 2 or 3 hour discussion right there.
Yeah,
you know it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's definitely going to be something that's going to be had.
Yeah.
But again, if he does have a legal jump, he is the top finisher. Already has a qualifier. It's not a big discussion.
Right.
But we're talking about what ifs that could happen.
Yeah. Well, while we're what ifing, let's figure it out. Let's take a break right here. We'll come right back. Competition does continue here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. Stay with us.
In last year's CARIFTA Championship. This is going to take the goal. He's got a double. 2 games, and for the first time, moves up to
clearing 6 feet 20 boys division, Emmett Higgins. Earlier, Vanetta Roll had picked up the silver medal for the Bahamas in the under.
They did have something to cheer about, though, in the girls under 2100-meter finals, as Sheena Stirrup in lane 3 here will come through with a silver medal performance. Jillian Ford of Trinidad's going to win this race in 11.4 seconds, but Sheena Stirrup, watch her hands go up when she screams there at the end as she knocks off the lady from Jamaica, Laurel Johnson of Jamaica, finishing third in 11.9 seconds. Sheena's time, 11.8 seconds, and she is ecstatic about finishing second and beating the Jamaican especially.
I'm surprised to know that this is my first year under 20 and that I just could come and come second. I'm so happy.
And we are back live here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium as the final night of competition continues here for this CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships. And we are set for we talked about races that are not for the faint of heart. This is one of them. The 5,000 meters. Last year, my son in his final year of high school, they put him on the 5,000 meters. He said, "Daddy, they asked me to run for points." He said, after they lapped him the third time.
Did he finish?
He did finish, but he did lap him a couple of times. He said this kid went by him twice. He said, "How you doing, buddy?" "You're doing great."
And they look so energized to run this grueling almost 3.25 miles?
That is right. 12.5 laps around the track.
Wow.
It's a long time to be going in circles. And not get dizzy, right? So, but let's give them their kudos again. This is a very tough race, and again, no undertaking that I would certainly want to do, but certainly somebody got these 19 young men to decide that they want to be out here and run 12.5 laps around the track. So let's give them their name.
They are chasing 16:30.
Yes.
So, and Chris, what's his last name? Chris Santos is probably the closest there.
Yes. And looking at
that was a quick start.
Christopher Santos. Yeah, they're one. It is like it's a long race. Let's get it started. Christopher Santos, Nathan Duncan, Godfrey Gray, Nathan Johnson, Fabian Satil, Nikolai Paul, Idoni Russell, Eldon Eden Lewis, Mike Pierre, Galen Crystal, Jude Veal, Dentry Mortimer, Alfred Bain, Charles Maynard, Ivan Brave, Emmanuel Adams, Aaron McGregor, Dion Brown, and Edron McPhee.
Talking about a sprint, this is Mo Farah's sprint.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's right. Mo Farah, ball head.
He would have been finished.
He makes it look easy. Yeah, he might have been finished. He might have been finished
at this point.
Absolutely. We saw Mo Farah ran in London.
Yes.
Those games, man. He was phenomenal. The class of that event, and he made it exciting. And it was the first time I think I actually sat down when I wasn't required to like this and watch an entire 5,000 meter race just to see him and the way he made it look.
He's very tactical in the way that he runs.
Yeah.
Real quick, taking out very quickly was Fabian Santil from Doris Johnson. Edron McPhee also making a run very quickly from Central Luthra, taking the lead now. The one that we expect to do pretty well, Christopher Santos, who's running unattached, is going to be out there as well. Fabian Santil from Doris is still out front.
Apparently there may be an issue with our drone flying. Are we in restricted airspace? I didn't know. Now I've seen drones fly around here all the time. I don't know. I didn't. Anyway,
You're not the producer. The producer needs to get out here and deal with that.
Yeah, because.
Wow. I know they passed some law about having a license, but that's about it. Eh?
Yeah, maybe.
And if it's imported, then the license have to be at the point of entry, not now.
Yeah, and one would imagine.
Yeah.
Let's let the producers deal with that.
And please, we do need. And wow, they're trying to take away our drone.
Wow.
And sometimes people like to show a little bit of, to give people some authority, and it's amazing how it goes to the head. So here comes our production staff. They're going to have a word and see what's happening here, because
so here we're still back at the race.
Back at the race. We got distracted by the activities that was going around us, away from the competition. And hopefully, again, this doesn't turn into be anything. And as we see the race develop here, we can have some of the front runners. That is, looks like Nikolai Paul of St. Augustine's College, or perhaps it's Dentry Mortimer.
That name sounds familiar.
Dentry Mortimer. I was about to ask you.
Tennis player.
Yeah,
great tennis player for the country.
Yeah.
I think he lives in the New York tri-state area right now. I know he always attends the U.S. Open. I know he posts about it.
Yes. So it'd be interesting to see if they're related, or perhaps even his son. I don't know.
So we'll see what happens here. Again, they still have
a lot of race to go. So
10 laps to go as they come up here on lap 10.
So they're still measuring the height at the pole vault. So apparently our lone competitor is still going at it.
Kenny may be going after a national record or a CARIFTA qualifying standard in that event.
Just looking at them, I'm thirsty.
Just looking at them, I'm tired. It's like, that is, I can't imagine.
I think Kenny just cleared another height.
I was trying to get a look at the bib number there to see what was going on in terms of who our current leader is. There he is. 11.83 is the bib number for our current leader. Again, a lot of running to go. That is Christopher Santos. We talked about him coming in, and he is currently a leader.
He's chasing that 13:30. That's what he's going after. You just saw him pass. I think that was Kenny Moxie trying to stay warm. He's chasing 3:30 for a clearance for a CARIFTA standard. That would also be an under 20 world standard that he may be trying to knock two birds, one stone here at this CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships.
Meanwhile, the debate over the drone still goes on. Maybe we need to have the officials from the NSA maybe come over and straighten this out.
So Chris still out front.
Santos still leading. And he's now distancing himself from the rest of the field. Still a lot of race to go. 8 more laps to go.
He's very relaxed. And
yeah, and despite the fact that he's pretty much... And I guess at this stage, because he can see some guys in front of him, maybe you set your sights on them and say, I'm going to see if I can catch them. Let me see if I can lap those guys. Let me see if I can lap this one. That would be how I would do it. That when I used to jog a lot, I would run on the streets, and if I saw somebody walking up front, I would say, I can stop when I catch them. and then I would look ahead to the next person.
Yes.
So that was how I would keep motivated. So I can stop till I pass that one. And he's caught. There we go.
2.
So 2 guys just figured out that
They're not the fastest.
I'm not the fastest one out there. See, because for them, they were probably, because you could convince yourself almost, I'm in front. There's nobody in front of me. I'm leading this race.
And then one challenge that those who are being lapped need to remember, that if you are being lapped, you need to make sure that you do not try to pace the person lapping you, because you can be disqualified for trying to pace along with somebody who's lapping you. Yeah. And you would hate to run for this 20-odd minute.
Only to have it to say it doesn't count.
It doesn't count, exactly.
It don't look like too many of them are going to finish anyhow.
Right.
Yeah, from the looks of things, we may see some people start to fade off.
This is one of those very challenging events to be a part of. 3.25 miles. Thankfully, the sun has gone down and it started to cool off a bit. Chris still trying to keep pace. Again, he came in with a time of 16:42. Presumably, he'd have to shave off about 12 seconds from his entry time to get to a CARIFTA qualifier. Again, this is not one of those events that we have too many Bahamians participate in, because again, it is not one of those glamorous events. But we did talk about Mo, who runs internationally, makes it very spectacular.
Yeah, I think he brought some of the glamour back to made it a glamour event. Right. Now you saw kids. After seeing him say, you know what, I would like to do that. And because it used to be everybody was shy away from those long distance runs, and we're seeing more and more of it now. We see the kids start to run the 3,000, the 1,500, the 800 meters, those middle distances, and semi-long distance like this 5,000. Well, that's not semi-long distance.
This is the second longest race in. Right.
That I don't understand.
And the marathon.
Run a marathon if they're going to run a 10,000. Right. That's my thinking about it. But
Chris obviously knows what he has to do. He's already looked at his watch. This is the third time that he's looked at his watch. So clearly he knows where he needs to be in terms of pacing. So again, I'm really rooting for him to do well here, to make that mark, to be able to make it to CARIFTA. To have to go through all of this for naught is kind of heartbreaking for him. Heartbreaking for me to watch him go through it.
Right, he's not running for a high school national championship. So like
that's wrapped up. Yeah. He's running to get on that team. I mean, Nathan Duncan, who was running as well, presumably was in a spot but no longer in the picture right now. So here comes Chris coming up at the 200-meter mark again. When he comes back around, he will have 5 more laps to go. Again, this is a grueling race all around. And you would not want him to funk right about here. It would have been nice to have somebody to sort of push him a bit.
I think if he had somebody to kind of keep him, going, it's very tough to run against the clock at this stage. And, you're in your head just saying, yes, I can do it. But like you said, if there's nobody with you urging along.
He's running with himself.
Yeah. So, like I said, the only thing I can imagine him doing now is just catch as many people as you can. Just start looking at people in front of you and say,
he's got to pull a Marcellus Hall. Yeah. I'm going after that guy. Now, after I've got that guy going after the next guy, and just progressively keep doing that.
I'm going to catch him, and that's the only way. You got to self-motivate.
Yeah.
You got to find a way to motivate yourself. He looks comfortable. I mean,
I will say this and take it for what it's worth. He's a lot more comfortable at this point than I would be.
Yeah, that's for sure. It looks like our drone issues have been sorted out.
We think.
They're about to take flight. The lights are blinking, so,
So we have about...
Whatever trade secrets were being, maybe...
maybe it just...
in danger.
And I think Chris is going after what you thought. He's chasing yellow, then chase blue, then chase blue.
Yes.
He's coming up on about 100 meters to go. Again, he's checking his clock, his watch on his right arm. He clearly knows what he needs to be doing. He's not checking to see if he's getting a text message. He knows where he has to be.
Absolutely. Do you think there's trash talking in a race like this?
There's no breath to trash talk.
He's stopping right here. He runs alongside him for a little while. Well, you all look good, you know. So, I mean, you got to have something to keep you going at this point.
So he has about 4 laps to go. Pardon me, 3 laps to go at this point. So about 1,200 left
to go. Exactly 3 laps to go.
About 1,200 left for him to get around.
So
he's got another crop of athletes in front of him.
What's your motivation at this point? You've been lapped twice. Maybe.
Oh, you want the ones that are behind, yeah. You know.
Points. I mean, points. You just got to finish. You've got to beat what? Half of the field to get points? That's your motivation. And again, I don't think if you sign up for this, they're not going to sign Chris Saunders up to run the 5,000 because, you know, Chris isn't going, unless there are only 8 competitors, Chris isn't going to get any points.
So lap for the second time.
Right. So you've got to come out here knowing that you want to run this.
Yeah.
Either it's a warm down, a warm up, whatever it is in your mind, you do what you got to do to make it work.
Or in my case, a way to get a good night's sleep.
Right.
You're going to sleep for 2 days after just running a race like this.
But I think when Mo Farah runs at the World Championships, there's about 2 days in between the 10, the 5, and I think he ran the 15 as well. I couldn't imagine doing anything else but sleeping.
Yeah, that's right. You know, give me a good meal, lay down, and go to sleep.
Meal? What meal?
I mean the next day.
You know what I found?
Because you're going to wake up hungry.
Eventually.
You know what I found interesting in London? Like the 1 and 200, you know the stadium is going to be full.
Yeah.
And every time in the final when Mo Farah ran,
it was full. It was exactly like watching Usain Bolt. Really, the people turned out that much to watch those races. And, you know, the Kenyans were there, and everybody just wanted to see if Mo Farah would get it done. And it helped that he was running for the Great Britain, and he was in London, and he was a hero for the nation. He starts to pick up a pace here a little bit. You can tell.
Yeah, Chris is picking it up right now. I think again, like I said, he has been checking his watch. He's coming up on
final 2 laps here.
His final 2 laps, his 800. I think he knows exactly where he needs to be. Again, he's chasing 16:30:31.
My vision cannot pick up the clock at this stage to tell you how much time he's at right now. But
right now he's at 14:50. So he's going to have to come back in this last 800 very quickly.
He's actually smiling at this stage. Look, he's smiling at himself.
Because I think this may be
his bell lap.
This may be his bell lap.
This is his bell lap. He's well ahead of the pace.
So he's going to have to come back in less than a minute, just over a minute, pardon me. If this is his bell lap,
there it is.
This is his bell lap. He's at 15:23 right now. He's very much in control at this point. Just about a minute to go if he's going to qualify for the CARIFTA Championships. Again, he knew exactly where he needed to be at every spot in this race. Just over 50 seconds to a CARIFTA qualifier. And Chris is going to have to really push himself coming out here. He's at about the 250 mark right now. Just over 35 seconds to get him home.
Well, that's going to be tough.
It's going to be close. It's going to be really close here for Chris.
To pick up his pace just a little bit. I don't know if he's got anything left in those legs. He's running well, but
16:10. He's got to come back really strong.
In this
Does he have
150 meters here? He's got to really turn it on.
And he's trying too.
He's trying to get this out.
There you go.
I almost feel like I need to tell him, Chris, let's go.
I'm like
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. He is going to be close, but no cigar. He does pick up the win. 16:33.60.
And he's upset with himself. You can tell. He knows how close he came. And you almost wonder if the crowd maybe started pushing just a little bit more, just a little earlier. Because he heard the crowd realizing the clock. He said, okay, he started to egg on himself. But, man, I feel bad. Like you said, he come so close. But again, another case of he's so close to you. But so many qualifiers, though, I don't know how you can do it.
Again, this is not a race that too many people will participate in.
True.
You have
so
to
you
start,
have to think of it for that.
do I have a chance to pick up a medal? And he can continue to make the argument that I came in at 16:42.
And I ran by myself.
I dropped 16:33 by myself. If I run at home at a CARIFTA Championships, I'm going to be running my behind off.
Yeah.
I think he can make
and with people
right,
who I'm
of his caliber.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, and it's a strong argument, and one that certainly, again, I do not envy the crew that has to select this team, man. It's going to be interesting to see how it all turns out.
And just for clarity, the Bahamas Olympic Committee has nothing to do with the selection.
Yes.
The Bahamas Olympic Committee has nothing to do with the selection. It is all the B3As. It is all B3As that is responsible for this. But a great run there by Christopher Santos.
Yes.
I feel so bad. 3 seconds. You are off of making an automatic qualifier. I don't like to push too much, but I would like to think that the selection committee really takes into account all that he did here today.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a remarkable.
I honestly believe had he been pushed, he could have maybe done that. Because you saw him, he was still running comfortably up to that final 200 meters, and then tried to push himself. I think maybe had he had some competition there, he might have been able to get it done. Of course, he still had to run around a couple of. Think about it, he had to run around some people.
Again, let's make sure that I don't know who his coach is, but take notes. These are things that he had to deal with.
Yeah.
When you get to that ratification to say, these are the challenges that he had. But I think he makes a very good argument. My times are going down. I did not have competition. I had to run around people. ZNS was having their drone issues. There was so much going on during this race.
Yes, indeed.
ZNS cost it.
Again, we have nothing to do with the selection.
If the drone was there, I could have seen
where I was.
Right. We would have had an overhead shot. I know where I was on the track. It's all the fault of the guy, actually, that came in here and stopped the drone from flying. That was his fault.
Let's blame him. That's the most perfect person to blame. I think
he and his shades.
Who wears shades at night?
Right.
Don't we stop doing that in the 1980s? I wear my sunglasses
at night.
The only other person who could get away with shades at night was Kenwit. Kenwit Ramsey. That was the only other person who could get away with it. So I say we're going to head over now to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with Chris. Again, devastating. So very close. 16:33 low. He was chasing 16:30. Jay.
Christopher Saintis, congratulations. 12 and a half laps. That's a difficult race. Talk about how you prepare yourself for a race like this and how you was able to execute your game plan as far as running your race.
My last meet, I wasn't really proud of my performance. So I kept asking myself, what I doing wrong? Because I put in the training. But after a while, I changed my diet. I got consistent and cut out some slackness.
The crowd was rooting for you the entire time. Was that any extra motivation, any push for you as you came across the finish line?
Kind of, sort of. I mean, the strategy was to come out, and tear up the tracks, shut down the tracks. So, yeah, the crowd, a lot of people didn't expect it cheered for me, and I appreciate that a lot, man.
The 5,000 is not a popular race compared to the 100, 200, or even 400. How do you maintain staying motivated and wanting to continue in this event?
I love track, man. I love track a lot, and that's what I want to do moving forward in life. I want to become a professional. That's also getting up every day, putting in the miles, and staying consistent. That's what keeps me going.
Congratulations as you pursue a career in track and field. That is Chris Saintis, your 2023 national champion.
Awesome stuff. And again, that's a self-awareness, right? Understanding I'm not going to be that sprinter. Yeah. So I got to figure out, I love track. Let me figure out what it is that I can do.
Did he really say he was going to cut down on the slackness?
Yeah, cut down on the slackness.
I don't know. I don't know what slackness means. Does that mean no more KFC and McDonald's and Wendy's?
Well, he did change his diet.
He did say that. I felt like that was a personal attack on him. I felt personally attacked. But again, you don't see a lot of people getting excited about the 5,000. A lot of the stands were excited for him.
Yes.
Maybe they knew what he was chasing.
What was at stake?
Right. I was cheering for you. But again, you know what's out there. I don't want to be anybody in that room tonight. 9:30. I think they're meeting over there or over here. They're meeting.
One of these rooms.
They're meeting here.
That's right. Yeah.
What really impressed me, here's an under 20 guy who knew exactly what he had to do and where he was in the race at all times.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he missed it, but he's on top of his game, really.
Again, with a little push.
Yeah.
I think he could have done it. I think he could have done better.
Yes, I
than
absolutely do believe that. I think he could have not only made that standard, but actually got underneath it. Again, had he had a push, and it's difficult. Again, running with yourself. There were about 5 laps there where he was simply on cruise control.
On cruise control.
And I think that had he had that something extra to push him through, it would have been great.
Yep. But that technical meeting, that coaches meeting is going to be hot.
Oh, yes.
Hot is an understatement.
Fly on the wall for that one.
And again, I think the stakes are even higher because it is at home.
Yes.
It is the 50th anniversary of CARIFTA, the 50th anniversary for us as a country. So a lot is going in here.
Yes.
You know, I was just thinking, right? So you have the coaches to deal with. But they're not the worst to deal with.
That's what I was alluding to earlier. I said, listen, you may call those names, the coaches, but I guarantee you there's going to be some parents going to be waiting outside.
Hey.
Boss man,
can
I have a word? May I have a word, sir?
Mr. Archer, I want to talk to you.
I've been driving this boy, this girl, to track practice every morning.
5 o'clock.
Yes.
They better be on this team. But again, it's just like I have a friend who's a pediatrician. She says she doesn't treat the babies.
Right.
She treats the parents because those are the worst.
Yes.
I think here they're going to be the worst. And Marcellus is a track parent or a sport parent, so he's the worst.
Yeah.
My nephews are involved in sports. I'm the worst.
Yeah. So
I know what it is, but you know that's what you're going to be facing.
You know, when my son played, I ran in the back, right? Because I'm very emotional.
Yeah, and I've seen that. I witnessed that.
Sometimes you just got to step back.
Yes.
Again, people know who you are.
People
know who you are.
My son. I stopped coaching because I would coach him in baseball, and it was like I can't do it because I got too emotionally involved. I had too much vested, so I had to step back. And like you said, it was difficult to come watching the games because I'm mad at the coach, I'm mad at the umpire, I'm mad at everybody.
I hope you missed that one.
Right.
I still am mad at Marcellus to this day. 2-2 pitch, he called a strike on my nephew. The ball was far out.
In his opinion, this is called fan vision. This is called fan vision.
Just the parent again, right?
Yes. We got some medal presentations going on. Let's swing on down to the track side and see how those are going.
Cameron Penfield. The silver medalist, representing Sunland Baptist, Diane Bradford. And our champion in the 200 meters under 14 boys. The gold medalist representing St. Paul's Methodist with a time of 23.72 seconds, Keyshawn Pinder. The medal ceremonies for the 800 meters under 20 girls. The bronze medalist representing St. Augustine's, Ethia Maycock. The silver medalist, competing unattached, Jasmine Mackey. And our champion in the 800 meters under 20 girls, the gold medalist, representing Tabernacle Baptist, with a time of 2 minutes, 18.51 seconds, Treasure Burrows. The medal ceremonies for the triple jump under 20 boys. The bronze medalist, representing Anatole Rogers, Raleigh, Hannah. The silver medalist, competing unattached, and a CARIFTA qualifier, Laquan Ellis. And our champion in the triple jump under 24s, the gold medalist, representing C.I. Gibson, with a jump of 15.10 meters, a CARIFTA qualifying mark, Jonathan Rogers. The medal ceremony for the 800 meters under 17 boys. The bronze medalist, representing F.E. Stevens Academy, Cameron Newton. The silver medalist, representing Tabernacle Baptist, Zaya Henfield. And our champion in the 800 meters under 17 boys, the gold medalist, representing Jack Hayward, with a time of 2 minutes, 2.73 seconds, Tyrone Conliffe. The medal ceremonies for the 200 meters under 20 boys. The bronze medalist, representing St. Augustine's College, Jonathan Fowler. The silver medalist, representing Nassau Christian School, Jeremiah Adderley. And our champion in the 200 meters under 20 boys, competing unattached, the gold medalist, with a time of 21.57 seconds, Adam Musgrove. The medal ceremonies for the discus under 17 girls. The bronze medalist, representing St. Augustine's College, Keela McPhee. The silver medalist, representing Windsor School, with a toss of 28.90 meters, Terrell McCoy. And our champion in the discus throw under 17 girls, the gold medalist, representing C.R. Walker, with a toss of 29.40 meters, Kenise Scavala. The medal ceremonies for the discus under 17 boys. The bronze medalist, competing unattached, Cameron Butler. The silver medalist, representing Kingsway Academy, Linwood Brown. And our champion in the discus under 17 boys, competing unattached and winning with a toss of 35.81 meters, LaRoche Morley. the medal ceremonies for the pole vault open boys. The lone competitor, our champion and CARIFTA qualifier at 3.60 meters. From Queens College, Kenny Moxie Jr.
And back here live, you can see the runners on the track. We are all ready for the 4x100 meter relays. And there are the competitors. They'll start things off with the under 14 girls. If you're just joining us, this is the final night of competition here in the CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships. We'd like to thank, of course, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, who has sponsored this event, allowing us to be able to televise it for you and give you all the coverage you've seen over the last 3 days. Chris Saunders, Marcellus Hall, Romel Fishknowles, still in our company as we have been treated to what has been
some great drone shots.
Entertaining day.
Some really great drone shots. Drone shots are really great.
4x1s are coming up. Under 14 girls will take center stage first. Let's give you those lane assignments. QC will have lane 2. Malaya Gordon, Rosellis Moxie, Azalea Henderson, and Zara Frazier. Next to them in lane number 3, C.H. Reeves, featuring Whitney Guerriere, Samantha Goldshock, Cassidy Fowler, and Raynice Gibson. And Sack in lane 4, starting things off with Malaya Pratt, followed by Kayla Smith, Shan Bruno Edwards, and Jayla Smith. And Temple Christian, they'll be in lane 5. Patrell Brown, Andrea Brown, Elena Pinder, and Janea Anderson. And for D.W. Davis, they're in lane 6. They start things off with Bakia Bowles, followed by Kashanique Roll, Aramik Curtis, and Andrea Danis. And finally, in lane number 7, Air Valley with Brianna Nairn, Erinique Nemore, Renee Evans, and Gabrielle Swan. And it is absolutely quiet here in the stadium. People are anticipating what will be an exciting race here.
Again, remember now, we've sort of, to a certain degree, transitioned back to the National High School Championships. They're running for points.
Yes.
For the CARIFTA trials for all, as we say in the Bahamas, intensive purposes are over. But they are now still competing for their school for points, and a lot on the line for them here.
Yeah, this one you make up a lot of ground here if you're still within striking distance.
Double the points in both relays. It looks as if the girls...
They have eliminated the blocks, which is good. And off and running. There they go. Good clean start. And we're still looking at, there we go. There's the coming up with that first exchange. Air Valley. And boy, look at that.
Temple Christian.
Exchange for you, Temple Christian.
Andrea Brown.
There, taking advantage of it. Sack trying to fight their way back. Here comes QC as well. Now, she may be out of the zone there, but QC is now taken to the forefront. We have one last exchange to go.
Azalea Henderson handing off to Zara Frazier. This is going to be a fast ending.
I think she may have too much ground to make up. Jalek is not going to catch her. QC takes the first of our relays here tonight in the 4x1s as they will come through the finish line, followed by Sack in second. And here comes the rest of the field.
If it's clean,
win, yeah.
QC blew away the field.
Yeah, they certainly did, and didn't seem to be any issues with their exchanges. Sack did pretty well on the exchanges as well.
Strong back leg there by Rosellis Moxie for QC. Got them right back in it. Azalea Henderson handed off very quickly to Zara Frazier, and like you said, just too much room for Sack to make up anything on that one.
Absolutely. They took the race away from him in that third leg. On coming into that last exchange.
That one was pretty quick.
Yeah, it was.
45-51 was the final for there.
Which for under 14 girls is pretty impressive.
Right.
Let's see if the boys can do the same. So again, they will. Well, they reset the blocks. It looks as if they're going to use the blocks for the boys. Interestingly enough.
I don't know if the girls elected not to use it or if they're being told not to use it. Because those could be two different things. I'm not quite sure what the conversation was, because a couple of the girls looked as if they were going to try to use the blocks. But again, that may be a difference here.
Well, certainly see if indeed, if they do go back to the blocks here for the under 14 boys. They're under the spotlight next. Now I'm a little jealous now. My mom used to say, if you don't bring for all, you can't bring for none. You know, I don't know if she hear me.
We had a little break earlier. This has been my vice for the last couple of days.
Ice cream? No.
Yeah.
What flavor you got there?
Today is butter pecan.
Oh, you said today? Oh, that's my favorite butter pecan. Okay. That's old school right there. Nowadays, they have these fancy.
But it doesn't taste the same like
what it used to? Like they changed something up. Maybe
I'll tell you this.
They're organic pecans now.
when I was in high school, I was in food and nutrition, and I developed an affinity for cooking.
Yes.
If you make real butter pecan ice cream from scratch, where you have it nicely candied and everything, and you have that swirling through.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
And I've tasted some ice cream, that very good butter pecan in Texas from Bluebell Ice Cream. Almost as good as mine. Almost as good as mine.
You make the homemade?
Yes.
Oh, look at you.
Now, when have I last done it? It's been a while.
Okay. But your technique remains sound.
My technique remains sound, yes.
All right.
I'm surprised though, but if you can, that's really old school.
Yeah,
it is.
And you can tell the ones who.
Yeah.
What did you call us again, Taylor?
Elder statesmen.
Another great drone shot here tonight.
Listen, drone activity has been amazing.
Neville has been doing a great job out here.
He has indeed.
We cut the drone shot. What's going on?
You can see the back-row officials having a word with the competitors there. Maybe talking about the box. Maybe saying.
Yeah, they've been having that discussion for a while.
Yeah, it's amazing. A little bit of a lengthier break than we would have anticipated here with these relays. Usually they've been on point with getting them started one after the other, but for whatever reason, they have hit a bit of a lull here as we get ready for the under 14 boys 4x1. And I guess since we have a moment, we'll tell you ahead of time what the lane assignments will look like. Lane 1 will be empty. Lane 2 will be occupied by A.F. Adley. It'll be Fillmore Richards, followed by Davon Darling, Caden Brannon, and Trayvon Schroeder. And for SAC in lane 3, Sean Forbes will start off, followed by Nathan King. He'll hand off to Wyatt Cartwright, and then as Jarrah Woodside will run the home leg. We'll see if he can guide his team to a victory. QC, meanwhile, starts off with Caden Miller, followed by Cameron Henfield, Navari Knowles, and Joel Cumberbatch. And Temple Christian, lane 5. Lovato Davis handing off to Dwayne Capron, McKeel Murray, and then Jaden Fox running the anchor. As for CH Reeves, they'll be in lane 6 with Novato Allen starting off in lane 1. In the first leg. Ednil Ferguson will be second, followed by Trevon Munker and Lavario Ferguson.
Just to bring you quickly up to date, there is no official delay going on right now. What's going on...
I can't tell you're eating ice cream at all.
Not at all. What's really going on is that they're trying to stick to their script. The script has that they want to start, they want to send the athletes out, the starters out at 8:05 or an 8:06 start. So they're trying to stick on their script, which they hopefully will continue to do during the CARIFTA Championships in just under 2 weeks.
All right, so this is a dry run again. A trial run, if you will, to make sure they're on point. So with that being said, it looks like that's indeed the setup because the athletes are indeed on the track right on schedule, as we mentioned. Which means our last race tonight will start at 9:55 p.m. All right, then.
Is that overtime, man?
Thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, wow. And just a delightful drone shot. I love the drones. I didn't have an appreciation for drones until
today.
Until today, yes.
Marcellus, I think that we're going to go to that southern place, if only for a few hours.
Yes. As our competitors wait patiently.
No blocks again.
For no blocks, right. They have pulled the blocks back out of there, so.
So maybe we have the wrong start list because QC is in 7.
Yeah, was there a revised one sent out? I think, you know what, I think there might have been. No, I don't.
No,
I have a revised for the under 17s, but none for the under 14s. So let's see. Now they're switching up. Look like somebody might have been in the wrong lane.
Okay, somebody was in the wrong lane.
Yeah, they were in the wrong lane. So I think they both were in green. So maybe the officials got a little confused. And now they're switching up again. Temple Christian now moves into lane 5.
Okay, so we are correct.
Yeah, so our list is right. The athletes were a little bit mixed up.
I thought there may have been some reseeding going on, but apparently not the case.
And you can see now the girls for the under 17 making their way toward their various legs. They'll be coming up next. But for now, it's all about the under 14 boys. So as we wait patiently and the suspense builds, if you will. Boys under 14 will start eventually.
Now they are behind.
I can watch the youngsters. The longer this start takes to come, the more nerves build up for these young kids. 14 years old is.
But still, they're surprisingly calm, right?
Yeah, and now they're getting ready to go. They're down in this, and somebody stood up. Oh, he was in the wrong line. He was trying to get into the block still.
It's a good thing that we're running through everything and getting all of the kinks out.
So what happened? Okay.
Are there fireworks?
Everybody's confused.
It's a riot. That's I don't know what they said. Take your marks, and then the gun went off. The starter was tired of waiting. He said, "You know what, y'all."
The gentleman from
now he's out of bullets. He got to reload.
The gentleman from CH Reeves, Nevada Island, was like, "What's going on here?" He looked around like, "Wait, what are y'all doing?" He was as shocked as we were.
The crowd's still buzzing a lot, too. I just like...
But SAC QC and Temple Christian said, I heard a gun, I'm gone.
Yes.
I heard a gun, buddy, I am gone.
I saw John Wick. I'm out of here.
They stop, and then they hear the gun again.
Yes.
Then again? I don't know if I'm supposed to stop.
Right.
What's going on?
They told me if you hear 2 to stop, but what about 3? What does 3 mean?
Run backwards. I don't know.
What's funny is that the starter ran out with the gun in his hand. But after the 3rd shot, at this point, I'm starting to panic. I'm like...
Yeah, I think that was one of the assistant starters that ran out. Because they should be part of the recall as well. What I think happened is that the starter accidentally fired. They took off. One of the assistants stopped them with a fire. The starters tried to stop again with another fire. I think that's what happened.
This time, no problems. Just one shot this time, and we are underway.
Nevada Island from C.H. Reeves taking off very quickly out there on that back lane.
Followed by QC. Sack now in the mix. Oh, and somebody goes down.
Edno Ferguson out front with C.H. Reeves, handing off to Trevon Munker.
Really here comes Sack, though, trying to get back into it.
Wyatt Cartwright for Sack and a handoff to Jerian Woodside.
And Sack is now taking the lead.
Sack is taking the lead. It's up to Lavario Ferguson for C.H. Reeves to get them back into this. But Jerian Woodside.
Yeah, this one's pretty much all she wrote. Sack's going to go ahead and win it. Now the battle begins for second place. And as they come to the line, it is that in lane 5. Look like
TC just crossed.
So QC would have finished second.
Was it the QC runner who fell?
That's the way I thought.
Yeah, I thought so as well. Maybe that was C.H. Reeves then who came in second. Very athletic, though. He jumped over the guy that fell down and kept on going. Here it is right now. He's fumbling there, and he lost his footing. So that's actually
the outbound runner who fell down.
He fell down. He caught the baton and lost his, got tangled up in his own feet.
So he did exchange it in the correct, in the zone.
Yeah.
So all he had to do was get up and run, and then to come back and still be in the middle of the field is really good. Really good running there by QC.
You wonder if he fell and stayed in his lane. That's the question.
And did not obstruct anyone else.
Yes.
I did not see a flag go up, so...
The plot thickens. Good look at it right now from this angle. And you can see there he is. He's back.
His foot
just slid right out
underneath him.
He stayed in his lane, though. That's an amazing thing.
He stayed in his lane. Didn't look like he obstructed anybody.
I think he's fallen down before. People that fall down and get up real quick.
No, but it was his foot. His foot just, if you watch here on the replay, you'll see, I think it's his left foot just goes from underneath him.
Yeah.
And he doesn't obstruct anybody.
Yeah, he gets up so quickly, I don't think the runner in the other lane hadn't even gotten to him yet. That's the young man from Sac.
And Temple Christian stayed in his lane as well, so
I don't
maybe
think
clean.
Yeah, maybe clean. Yeah.
And the fact that they were still able to come so far back may have questioned what they may have done if they weren't, if we didn't have that little slip.
Yeah.
That was Leviticus Lavardi, presumably for QC, who, sorry, not Leviticus Lavardi, George Nottage, who slipped down. And to come back and still be in the mix is really phenomenal there.
Yeah, absolutely. Great performance. They talk about perseverance. And you got what they say, you got that bounce back. In this case, it's bounce up.
Yep.
He had a great bounce up.
Sorry, just a real quick correction. That was Cameron Henfield for QC that slipped down and got them back up.
So the girls will be next. This will be the under 17. Ready to take the tracks now. So under 17 girls, 4x1, coming up right about now. And as they get ready to take the track, we'll tell you the lane assignment. Sac will be in lane 1. That's Kylie Wallace, Big League Major, who we saw in the triple jump earlier. She's now in the long jump earlier. Now she's back. Triple jump, that's right. Madison Moss.
Did you just have a conversation with yourself?
I did. Alexis Roberts. Good thing is I didn't answer. So I still have a level of sanity. In lane 2 will be Tabernacle Baptist, Jasmine McKinney, followed by Lanique Black, Lania Parker, and then Aaron Barr. And then 8 Mile Rock will be in lane 3. That's Sierra Mystic, Joy Johnson, Antoinette Johnson, and Sasha Ferguson. Kingsway Academy in lane 4, Jean-L Marshall, Jade Ferguson, Dina Carey, and Savannah Frazier. Lane 5 belongs to AF Adley, Zion Higgs, Kayla Zonical, Lola Cartwright, and Rihanna Kelman. And lane 6, CB Bethel territory, Sienna Lockhart, Aisha Hanna will run second, followed by Caternal Dean and Derenique Morris will run the anchor. C.R. Walker setting up in lane 7, Letitia St. Ford Gabrielle Major, followed by Jasmine Bain and Chanel Stewart with the ankle leg. And St. John's rounding out the field in lane 8. Valentina Knowles, Caitlin Smith, Tamia Taylor, and Peyton Knowles.
All right, so we just finished that under 14 boys 4x1 relay, won by St. Augustine's College. Jay Philippe is standing by. We started off with 2, we got 3, and now we have the entire 4 of that team. Jay.
Certainly, these are the winners of the under 14 boys 4x1 relay. This guy with an excellent start. How you felt about the start? How you felt about the team's overall performance?
It felt really nice to come first inside a division that I'm actually lower than. So it was a great experience.
You know, it's a great rivalry between SAC and Queen's College. Being able to win this one, what does it mean to you?
It means good. I like the first off, thank God for giving me an opportunity to make sure I run good.
You ran an excellent leg. How you felt about your leg?
It was a great leg. My teammate on the first leg, he ran excellent. And then, like you say, for my hurdles, I just put my trust in my coach and God. And that's it right there.
What about you? How confident were you that you guys are going to win the race?
I was confident, but in the end, I still pull out and make a gap for us to win.
There you have it. SAC, your under 15 boys 4x1 winners. Back to you, Chris.
Again, looking at the replay, Jay, it could have been a very different race.
Yeah,
had QC's, what's his name, Cameron Henfield slipped down. It could have been a very different race. Again, it's not a delay. They're sticking to the script. They want to start at 8:18, so they're really trying to stick to that. They brought them out 1 minute early at 8:16.
Trying to get back on because they were slightly behind. After that, and now they're trying to get back on track. Like I said, if they start at 8:18, which is about 2 minutes from now,
they'll be right on time.
They should be right on time again.
Now things become a lot more interesting because at this point, I think it is at this point that they start to run for the money, for the subvention for the Penn Relay.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
So a lot on the line here. Not only are you looking at a national championship, but you're looking at getting a spot on the Penn Relays, subvented spot on the Penn Relays.
So this is for the marbles.
This is for the marbles.
Right.
Yeah. I do believe Tabernacle Baptist holds the record in this event. Am I right? Or are they the defending champion?
I've been told that the records that we currently have in the quote system
are incorrect.
Are not collated from when the ministry took over during the National High School Championships. So these are the old records that would have been in the quote system before. So we had called some records, but they're not the full
there was
record.
one that was absolutely could not be right. There was the 5,000 said 9 minutes or something. It's like wow.
Yeah.
God,
a 3-minute mile. That's impossible.
Impossible is nothing. Have you not heard it?
So who's it? QC, Tabernacle, SAC?
That's right. It's SAC in lane 1. Next to them is Tabernacle, 8 Mile Rock, Kingsway Academy, AF Radley, CB Bethel, C.L. Walker, and St. John's. Under 17 girls, 4x1.
Ooh.
Oh, a little rock there in the lane 8. I was saying 7. Sorry, that was C.L. Walker, but stayed back enough. On the exchange now. Pretty smooth, no issues.
St. John's just out there.
They are
Caitlin Smith making a big move out there in lane 8.
Comes down to this exchange right now. If they can execute it smoothly.
Little bobble.
They sacks right back into it on the inside.
Little bobble there. CB Bethel creeping in. Sack on the inside. Madison Moss. You don't count her out.
And back up. She just barely stayed in the zone. But they are off and running and away from the rest of the field there. They're going to cruise on into the finish line. I think she took off a little early and made it hard.
They had to fight.
She made it hard for her teammate to catch up.
Don't ever count out Madison Moss, who ran that third leg for SAC.
She knows exactly
what she's doing. Alexis Roberts from St. Augustine's College.
Talk about camera awareness. She knows exactly where it was. Do I come for my interview now? Is it? Is this
where I go?
My moment. Yeah.
Where's the close-up?
What a good, solid run there for the quartet from St. Augustine's. Well done as the 4x1 under 17 girls.
Her time, the time for the team, 48:19.
So apparently we're going to have, and I get ahead of myself, but it looks like we're going to have 2 4x1s for the under 17 boys.
Correct. Now, I'm not quite sure how they seeded these because nobody has a time. So they may have randomly seeded them. So again, it may be presumably better to be in the second heat of finals so that you know what you've got to go after. But then that does build pressure.
Indeed it does. So giving you those lane assignments, Jack Haywood.
Go ahead.
In lane 1, Rotario Tate, Sean Saunders, Tyrone Conliffe, and Zion Shepard. QC in 2, Davon Davis, George Nottage, Leviticus Lavarity, and Kenny Moxie. St. John's featuring Gavin Josie, Cairo McPhee, Jaden Cooper, and Ishmael Roll. They'll be in lane 3. South Andrews High has lane 4 with Carmelo Roll, Isaac Ferguson, Andre Smith, and LaDante Sweeting. Sia Walker has control of lane 5 with Lashley Nassance, Matthew Estive, Marvin Camillus, and Christian Pierre. And D.W. Davis in lane 6 with Bilundi August, Winsky, Paul, Darius Hanna, and Derico Taylor. Doris Johnson with lane 7, Jeffrey Musgrove, Matthew Ayton, Kieran Waldron, and Bradley Williams. And in lane number 8, C.B. Bethel featuring Jaden Lewis, Brandon Mackey, G. Sine, and Darius Pratt.
Real quick, we're going to head over to Jay Philippe standing by with the St. Augustine's College 4x1 under 17 champions.
Yes, that's right, Chris. These are the champions. An excellent race from start to finish. What was the strategy going into the race?
That I had to give the baton to Bailey nice, and I felt like I could do better.
You obviously anchored with a kiss to the crowd. What that was all about?
I just wanted to show that our team did our best. We came in, my team did a very good job. They gave me the baton in a good place, and I just ran home and kept the number 1 spot.
It wasn't the best start, but you guys were able to come out on top.
Yes, sir. It was all up to the team. We all did what we had to do. And, yeah, we brought it on.
SAC is the champions. How does it make you feel?
I feel amazing to be a champion. And the new record holder. Yeah.
There you go at St. Augustine's College, your 2023 champions. Back to you, Chris.
All right, so they just gave us some information. He said we're the new record holders. I don't know how real that is, but great run. Great run. And if indeed they are the new record holders, congratulations in that regard as well.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct. They have said and that it's been a while, and that's record from 9 years ago. I don't think that record has held up that long. Again, I think it is a paperwork issue that it hasn't moved over. But nonetheless, they are the champions. Don't ever count out Madison Moss. She had a tremendous third leg for St. Augustine's College. Got them right back into the mix, handing off to Alexis Roberts, who finished it up for them.
And they're off to the Penn Relays.
Off to the Penn
Relays. So the first of 2 now for the 4x1s under 17 boys.
You know, at 17 years old, I couldn't imagine at all having all this composure. You know, I'd be...
Yeah, you know, hard to be beating out of your chest. Could almost see your shirt fluttering.
Seeing Chris in those swim trunks would be quite a sight.
Heart would be fluttering.
So it looks like nobody in lane 8, CV Bethel.
I like how they completely ignored us. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, CV Bethel does look like they are out there on the track, but it didn't look like somebody was in their starting blocks, and we've been there for a while. Nobody seemed to have popped up. Another great drone shot. My goodness.
just keep rolling them out.
Yeah. There he is, the competitor for CV Bethel, Jaden Lewis, finally out there.
Here comes lane 7, making his way back to the blocks now that everybody is present. First of 2 4x1 finals here.
A familiar name you're going to hear for that QC team anchoring it, Kenny Moxey, who has been just phenomenal all around these last couple of days here for QC. Definitely going to represent the Bahamas in just a few weeks. So he's hoping that he can close it out with another win here for QC in this under-17 boys 4x1.
Testimony really to the new training techniques, and of course some of the facilities that are available to these kids now.
Definitely.
The development, you can see the musculature that you know wasn't there 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's a nice shot from above.
Good start there by Jack Haywood on the underside, making up that very quickly. They fall back though out front. Right now looks like T.W. Davis. Or is that CV Bethel? CV Bethel handing off. G. Sine. They're chasing time and a place at this point. Jack Haywood still in the mix on the inside. Tyrone Conliffe hands off to Zion Shepard. Zion Shepard is being chased. Zion Shepard is going to have to hold off right now.
He is coming on strong.
Ishmael Colley.
Not quite getting
No.
What a finish.
Yeah.
What a finish. Jack Haywood just holding on. Oh, I tell you what, you talk about Kenny Moxey was running for his life there. He almost got back into it. Almost caught him at the finish line.
What a race.
What a finish there. Had it been the 4x101 yards, he had it.
Yeah.
But, you know, they only give you 100 yards. He needed one more yard to catch him right here. You can tell as they come towards the finish line there. You see Moxey coming strong.
Actually, that was St. John's. That's St. John's, sorry. That's Ishmael Roll for St. John's coming in.
St. John's. He is fighting his way back into this race, and he is, I mean, he's just so close. Just one more yard, and he would have had him. Just barely got it.
Zion Shepard almost gave up the race, making that quick look.
Yeah, he peeped over.
It was, let me tell you how close it was. 44-2-1 was the winning time for Jack Haywood. St. John's comes in at second, 44-2-3. 200ths of a second difference. So if Zion Shepard had looked just around just a little bit more, it may have been tied.
Just in time to see the guy run past him and win the race.
But it's not over yet, because we still have to worry about what happens in this second heat of these time finals.
Indeed we do. One more time final to go. Looking ahead, SC Boodle will have lane 1, Harbor Island lane 2, CH Reeves in 3. SAC has lane 4, Kingsway Academy in lane 5, Preston Aubrey, they're in lane 6. That's North Lutheran 7, and Tabernacle Baptist in 8. SC Boodle, Al Pacino Kemp, Lubin Philippe, Mikhail Delancey, and DiMaggio McIntosh. For Harbor Island is Jonathan Roberts, Dejan Stewart, Ronaldo Taylor, and Juvon Jassant. My French came in this now.
Very succinctly.
Yes, Andrew Roll. Okel Jean-Louis and Malik Dean, followed by Santino Carey. For SAC, it'll be Jaden McPhee, Trent Ford, Egan Neely, Quentin Roll. QC featuring Lovato Ramming, Tyler Pratt, Barry Miller, and Kenyon Johnson. And for Preston Aubrey, Alvaro Roll, Caleb Carey, Odini Auguste, and Jonathan Martin. North Lutheran will have Warren Hudson, Kai Collin, Enoch Hasty, and Tyron Petit Ferrer. Tabernacle going with Deshaun Dean, Joshua Williams, Noah Bain, and Anthony Missick.
Going to head real quick over to Jay Philippe with the current leaders in this 4x1. Jay.
Yes, Jack Haywood, you guys are able to pull off the victory.
Yes, because of my teammates. If it wasn't for my teammates and having the patience to practice and take our time, we wasn't going to be able to pull off the win.
You ran a pretty good leg. Talk about it.
Well, just listen to Ferguson. Yeah.
Coming from Grand Bahama to New Providence, was you confident that you guys will be able to come out there and win this race?
Yeah, so being confident, you know. With the 4x1 inside Freeport, you know, we did our utmost best there. And to come down here to do the same thing that we did, that's well improved.
Major win for Jack Haywood. How does it make you feel?
First, I want to thank God for allowing us to get the win. It feels good because in Freeport, we did the same thing, but we did better here.
There you have it. These guys were able to pull off the 4x1 and the under-17 boys. Back to you, Chris.
Just got to wait to see what happens in this second section of the final. Jack Haywood right now, the leaders with a 44-1. St. John's in second with a 44-3.
And we'll see somebody maybe can better that.
Can better that in this second section of these time finals.
In which case they would then be considered the national champion.
Right. This SAC team is jam-packed. Egan Neely, Tyler Frazier, Jaden McPhee, strong runners for St. Augustine's College.
Quentin Roll, yeah.
Yep. So we're gonna have to. That's a stacked team right there.
Can they catch 44-1?
Can you catch 44-1?
And the pressure is on. You mentioned now you know there's a time you have to.
You know what you got to go. You don't only have to win it. You got to make a time.
Yeah.
So there is that pressure.
We'll see as they get set up for this one. The tension is building once again in the stadium. It's what I love about the relays, right? The crowd anticipates, and then once the race gets underway,
pandemonium.
The pandemonium erupts. And they are off. And very quickly, you can see in the middle of the track. Trying to stay ahead of everybody.
Jaden McPhee already making up the stagger.
Tabernacle looks good so far.
Abby looks good, exactly. Joshua Williams, he's
look
been a
at this
threat.
second. Wow, this second leg right now for Sack.
Trent Ford, told you not to count him out.
Oh, he ran right up on his competitor there, but
Tyler
doesn't
Frazier.
matter.
Tyler Frazier's making that challenge right now on Tabernacle. Noah Bain is passed. He hands off to Anthony Missick. Bringing it home for Sack will be Egan Neely.
And it is indeed Egan Neely leading the way for Sack. Only thing left to do now is check the clock. Let's see what the time is as they cross over. And the flash time. We'll wait for Chris, who is waiting patiently to see what it says. And they are just off of what I understand.
Maybe that second exchange may have cost it.
Yeah, because he 43. Oh, wait a minute. They did indeed.
Egan was laser focused coming down there.
They got it.
43-3.
They shaved off a second off that, and that's with a bumbled handoff. They kind of ran right up on the other competitor for a second. Hey, but smooth, we might have had a 42 out here today. Look at that.
They're grateful.
Indeed, he shows off the Sack emblem. Yeah, headed to the Penn relays. Right here is where we saw
Trent Ford with a great start.
That last exchange, and so smooth.
Tyler Frazier to Egan Neely, and if you can see the front-on shot with Egan, he is laser focused.
Yeah, he's not slowing down. He's got a goal in mind. He says, I'm going to run right through the tape. I know we've won this race, but I want to make sure we get the right time. He even dips at the tape there, so at the line.
And you know, and again, I don't know if he intentionally did it or what's not, but it is the tendency for some of our younger athletes to peek at the clock that's right there near the finish line. If I remember correctly, seeing him run straight through, he was, again, focused on the finish line and nothing else. And I think that shows a little bit of maturity for him there.
Indeed, good coaching and good awareness of what was going on the track and understanding what needed to be done. And Sack, once again, with a time of 43-3, which erases Jack Haywood's previously leading time of 44-1. Guys, we are done with the 4x1s.
For under 17s, moving on to under 20s.
The under 20s, yes. The under 20s now. Coming up.
We have the record in that event.
Yeah, they've printed a record there, but I was told that these are not the correct records, essentially. But the old record was in 2014, set in 2014. Set in 2014 by QC was 44.79. But I think that the record has been surpassed since then. Most of these records are saying 2014, 09, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So it has not been updated when either the ministry took over or the Ministry of Youth Sports took over or the Ministry of Education took over. They haven't been updated in the, quote, system as yet.
Yeah. They need to be synced.
Yeah. Because, again, some coaches may be saying, look, this is the record you've got to go after, and it's not really the record that you're going after.
Yeah. And they come back and argue later, well, we broke the record.
Right.
Well, the old record used to be.
Right. Because even Jack Hayward's time of 44.21 would have surpassed the record that was set in 14. But, again, I think that record has been surpassed several times since then. But, again, that doesn't put any dampen on both of those teams running, Sac nor Jack Hayward or St. John's. That was a really great race there by St. John's as well.
Our sprints are looking good. The 1, the 2, the 4. We got some kids on the cusp on the 800 meters.
And then, of course, there are more opportunities at the World Championships for relays. The mixed relays are available at the World Championships. At the World Relays, you still have those mixed relays, those the 4x2s that are available. And again, it returns to the Bahamas next year. So again, you have so many opportunities for our young people. And again, being able to see people run and be a part of it I think is an important part of making sure that people help to develop. If I can see it, I can do it. I know that people who were here when Usain Bolt ran, even though he ran in a relay, they saw him. They got to see him. People have seen Shawnee run. So they know she's a Bahamian just like me.
Yes.
I can touch her, literally touch her at times.
Not only that, the crowd is trained as well.
Yes.
At the beginning, they're really quiet.
Yes. They too are in a dry run, right? So they know what to happen. They know what to come.
So who you get ready? Under 20 girls?
Under 20 girls.
PJ Bethel in 3, Harbor Island in 4, Central Andros in 5, and Kingsway in lane 6. The assistant starters look like they're getting into their spots. And the recall assistants.
Looks like we'll have 2 finals here as well. Again, the crowd settles in. And there they go. So other than Kingsway Academy here, this is all out island relay.
And I think you will see the inexperience crop in. And that's why these types of championships are so important to help with the development of our young student athletes out there.
There comes Kingsway Academy back into the mix.
We might have a race on our hands right here.
I'll tell you what, we have ourselves quite a finish brewing here.
Yep.
The fight for first and second.
Wow.
And it is going to be in lane 6, Kingsway Academy. But a good run there by Central Andros, who refused to bow down. They kept coming. Saints had to fight their way to a victory there. heats, the 4x1s, I should say, second final. CV Bethel time finals here. CV Bethel has lane 2, Sack in lane 3, C.R. Walker lane 4. That's Tabernacle Baptist in 5. Bishop Michael Ellen occupying lane 6. In lane 7 is QC, and in lane 8, Doris Johnson.
The time to beat is 51.5 from that first heat.
And before we get to that, we have Jay standing by. He's got the winners from that last heat. What's up, Jay?
Yes, Marcellus, the under-17 boys, St. Augustine College came in the first place. How you felt about the race?
And he got 2 races to see. Live explosion.
Definitely. What about you?
We executed, right? You know, it was a record, so the race is good.
You ran a pretty decent leg. Walk me through that leg.
My third leg, all I know I had to do was I just get out fast, maintain the speed, maintain the stride, and carry it to the fort.
You were obviously running for time. You dipped to the finish line. What was that about?
You know, my DM, we know we wanted the record. We saw Jockey would set it, so he's like, we're coming to run faster now. And we did it. I mean, it was I was like, this for my DM. So I have not a choice but to run through this line and get what I needed to get.
There you have it, St. Augustine College. They came first place. Under-17 boys, 4x1. Back to you, Marcellus and Chris.
Appreciate you very much, Jay. And as we are ready for our second of our time finals here for the under-20 girls. Here's a good look at the young ladies as they get ready to run. Our table expands a little bit. Well, the table doesn't expand, and the number of people at the table expands.
When you said expand, why did you look at me?
No,
listen, that was, what are you trying to insinuate here? What are you suggesting?
Joining us now at the table is the president of the B3As, and you've heard his voice quite a bit here. There he is, Jamiko Archer. All gold down. Oh, man, it has been a great event, guys. I mean, Jamiko, and you've had a chance to really see this, as have we all, for the last couple of days, and just very impressive, the performances we've seen from our athletes.
Is that a comment?
Yeah, it's okay. You can feel free to join in there.
No, I think that this has been an epic experience for all of us. This weekend has been nothing short of amazing in terms of the talent pool that we have garnered over the past year. The jumps have been exceptional. I think that there's been a return of our dominance, the anticipated dominance in that event. I think one of the great highlights of the meet has been the proliferation of our middle distance program. I'm really hopeful that we can sustain the growth of that program. And I think that we have a long way to go, but it bodes well for the future of our sport. And of course, we've always been incredibly competitive. I see Jamia Nabi there. She is going to be the future of track and field, and that display this weekend was nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, I think I might have to correct you on that. I don't think she's the future anymore. She's the now. She's the now.
Yeah.
She's the now.
I like that.
That is so true, and we've been impressed with her. We were talking about her earlier, as a matter of fact, and how poised she is at such a young age, and certainly has shown the capacity to be on the level of some of our top-tier athletes, the Shawnee Miller-Weibos, the Stephen Gardners. She is ready, and it's just a matter, once she stays the course and continues to get the right direction, the right guidance, the sky's the limit for her.
You know, there's an interesting story about Jamia. Shawnee Miller has always been an idol, and whenever Shawnee comes to town, she'd always take a picture of her from a little girl, and now she is now almost at the stage now where she can be the next Shawnee Miller. And so that's a really wonderful story to tell. And I'm happy to see how she has grown.
There's a lot of resemblance there, too.
Yeah, they have the same type of build, yeah.
Quite so. Can you hear me?
So we're waiting for the starters now to, well, we can hear you quite well. I mean, but we are all set up here. This is our second time final. Girls under 20.
They're chasing 51.5. QC in 7, Tabernacle in 5.
I can hear you.
And a good start right now.
Rose Pantry hands off to Lanisha Lubin. Lubin out front, chasing on the inside now is Sachs. Naya Wright. Wright hands off to Darvinique Dean.
And it'll be interesting. This is where Nabi's going to get a real test here.
Yeah, definitely.
She's got some come from behind in her. Because that's exactly what she's going to have to do into this ankle leg. She's going to have to come from behind.
Cheyenne DeMerit out front for Sack, but do not count out Nabi.
Not a good handoff, but Nabi, she's in.
Nope.
Well, they're so far out in front. I don't know if anything can change that right now.
Nabi's giving it a good effort, but that last handoff, the exchange coming into it, that was not a good one. And just too much to overcome, even for the likes of an athlete like Nabi.
Like Marcellus, I hope that this is the testament to the Jamaicans. We don't just have one great athlete, we have four great athletes, yes. And so I think that we're going to be a plethora. Yeah. So we're going to be a force to reckon with Chris, at all of the relays.
Actually, I'll tell you a funny story about plethora when we get a chance, but Sack does take
a multiplicity.
46.5. That means they pick up the win there.
Not only a win, but a new record, eh?
I think so. A veritable, I got to know, a veritable cornucopia.
QC picks up second in 48.2. But again, we're still talking about the records. We are not sure if these records are the actual correct records.
Yeah, because this, I mean, almost every race has been a record.
Yeah, I think again, how it was explained to me, how Wu told me, was that it right now has not been updated in the quote system because of the handover a few years ago. But he thinks that they are breaking records, but these records are in some instances almost 15 years old.
Absolutely. For example, the 100 meters. He said that was a record. Well, Jervis was the one who set the record. I don't know if anyone has run faster than 10.3 in this event. So you're quite right.
Not, yeah.
But there again,
they're aware, though. You know, they're very much aware of the times. They take a look at those times that are on the sheets, I guess, and you saw her immediately look over that clock and celebrate.
But this has been a fun time.
It really has. It really has.
There was a lot of question marks about whether this meet will be pulled off with success, and I think that it's really packed a punch above its weight. And so, you know, we really can tip our hats off and say, job well done. And the production team, you guys have been doing an amazing job.
I appreciate you.
I've gotten nothing short of great comments with the ZNS team.
So you're paying the overtime tonight?
Good job. We're going to head quickly over to Dave Philippe real quick.
Yes, Chris, I'm with Kingsway Academy under 20 girls. They would have came first place. You should have a smile on your face. What's that all about? You happy?
I'm happy that we won the heat.
What about you? You ran a pretty good leg. What was your mindset going into that race?
I wanted to execute the leg as best as I could and try to put my team in a good position to get a medal.
First place finish. How does it feel?
Feels pretty good. Coming from Kingsway especially, feels really good.
There you have it, Kingsway Academy. They would have came first place.
A good performance there for the young ladies from Kingsway Academy. We're ready now for the under 20 boys as the excitement builds once again here at Stadium.
I should remind you, though, that in the under 20 division, both men and women, whoever wins will be the qualifying, will be the ones who will get the spot for the Penn Relay.
Oh, it's only the under 20.
Clarification there, because we were thinking
he was giving it to everybody.
Yeah,
no. He
was giving it to everybody.
It's only the under 20 division.
Okay.
Both men and women, 4x1, 4x4.
So Sack would have then been the first one. So speaking of Sack, we have Jay once again standing by with the young ladies from St. Augustine's College. Jay.
Yes, that is St. Augustine's College. You guys were able to come in the first place. You're smiling. How do you feel about it?
I feel good about the race. I know we're going to win.
You've been with it running all day. You're still in tip-top shape. You guys were able to come in the first place. Talk about the race.
I felt that we executed our races very well. We ran our leg very good. And I feel like during Penn, we'd come up with the win.
There you have it, St. Augustine's College. They would have came first place. Back to you guys.
Speaking of which, we're already underway here with the first of two time finals in the boys under 20. And look at this already going out and streaming to the lead. It looks like the young men from CV Bethel who are currently out front, but don't count out the rest of this field.
DJ Bethel on the inside is coming on strong. CV Bethel out front.
And a bad exchange may cost them.
That Sunline Baptist part of me out front. Marco Carey, he's chasing time right now.
And it is indeed Sunline Bethel.
That was pretty quick.
Sunline Baptist.
Sunland Baptist, that's correct. I don't know why I said Bethel. I don't know what. But, you know what I meant.
Yeah.
Sunland Baptist getting it done.
The Stingers.
Somewhere Jay Philippe is now ecstatic. Yeah, he's shedding tears of joy.
So right now, Sunland Baptist, the Stingers out front, leading right now with a time of 43:01. Again, you still have some powerhouses coming behind you. And this is a power-packed last heat. You've got QC, St. Augustine's College, Tabby, C.I. Gibson, all in one race.
It's going to be a doopty, eh?
And again, at this point, you don't count out St. John's. They can bring the heat when necessary.
So that last
and the good thing about these heats, these time finals, is that you can put an all-star team together and move athletes from the under 17 to the under 20 division. So it's really an all-star team competing.
No, I wasn't aware of that. So you can indeed mix them up then.
Yep.
All right. So that
can move
makes
up.
things very interesting. You can move up, but you can't move down.
You can't move down.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love the sound of that, and we'll see whether or not that does pay off. Some of these teams, I'm sure, did avail themselves of the opportunity to do exactly just that. We have one more time final here in the boys under 20. And again, as Chris mentioned, it is a stacked field. C.I. Gibson in 2, Tabernacle Baptist in 3, St. John's in 4, QC in 5, SAC in 6, Central Andros in 7. Meanwhile, Jay Philippe standing by with the guys from Sunland Baptist.
Marco, excellent ankle leg. What was your strategy?
My strategy was just get run the baton safely. And once my teammate execute, I know he's going to bring it home.
Sunland Baptist, you guys were able to come over to victory. How does it make you feel?
Mr. Philippe, it makes me feel good. Like I said, I feel like we do this again in the 4x4. We just got to keep going first, keep the faith. And I trust these guys to do their job, and I can do my job.
Coming from Grand Bahama on the Family Island, being able to compete in New Providence with all the crowd, I was able to execute the race.
To be honest, just like give all thanks to God. Without God, I couldn't do this. And just want to thank my family for just like believing me to pay for this trip, for me to come here and all that. So
there you have it. The Stingers, they would have won the under 20 boys 4x1. Back to you, Chris, Marcellus, and Archer.
All right, thanks a lot. And again,
just for clarity,
he's got a caveat. They are not the official winners just yet. Their time, though, is the leading time, 43:01. We'll see what happens here in this second time final to determine which team will get that automatic bid to the Penn Relays, as well as, of course, being crowned the national champion.
Because QC has a stacked field. Zion Miller, Matthew Chandler, Alex Dean, and Christopher Roker. Can't count out Tabby at all. They've got Little Quinton Gordon, Michael Riley, Aiden Kelly, and Levon Parker. And SAC, of course, Tamani Skinner is going to be reckless in this 4x1. Jonathan Fowler, of course, a speed demon. Andrew Brown is out there, and they're leading off with Kaylon Christie. So this is going to be speed. Do not blink on this one. You heard about it for the Home Run Derby. Don't blink on this one either.
Yeah, this is going to be, what's that movie that has 10 million editions, Fast and the Furious?
Right.
It's going to be another.
This is going to be not only fast,
I think they make another
furious.
one.
They're on what, 27, 28?
Is it a Comet or is it a train?
Don't count out a Falcon either at this point. Nor those Giants from St. John's.
Yeah, we're going to be wide open, although I do see...
all season long, I know that Queens College and SAC, they've really been challenging each other. In one instance, QC won, they dominated in the 4x1, and then SAC rallied back. And so this is the day of judgment. So we'll see.
Yeah, a lot of bragging rights on the line here. That's going to carry over for a while. That's certainly what you can take then, write it down in stone, in ink. It's just going to be right there forever.
All right, just want to make sure that they are in their right lane.
Yeah, because I was a little confused there.
I'm still confused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. SAC is in 6 here. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So QC has not shown up yet. At least I don't see a runner from SAC.
But they're not
QC.
right. Well, they're in their wrong lanes.
No, SAC is in lane 6.
SAC is in 6. Lane 5, which
there's no QC.
There's no QC. So QC, for whatever reason,
QC is in 7. Is that QC in 7 or is that Central Andros?
That's Central Andros in 7.
QC is not in this.
So QC has not.
So QC is a no-show to this point. Interestingly enough, we just talked about the rivalry, and then
I expected fireworks on this one.
Well, you can still expect fireworks. you just won't have QC.
Yeah. So it's going to be Tabernacle, St. John's, and SAC perhaps. And I don't want to count anybody out.
Don't count Central Line yourself. I really thought the QC could be in this race and really contest this heavily. So that's quite a shame.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know why they did not put the team in after all. But right now, SAC has already taken this out to the forefront, onto the first exchange.
Andrew Brown is going to be streaking on this back stretch.
A beautiful, elegant runner.
Look at that.
Still
stride,
quite young. He is the now as well.
Tamani Skinner. He has a lot to prove here. Nice curve running. Tabernacle coming in. Michael Riley is putting it on here.
There you go.
It's Jonathan Fowler gets it. Sack with a horrible exchange. Tabernacle is out front. Sack is going to have to fight for this.
You'll see Jonathan Fowler running down Tabernacle, and there you go. There goes the choo-choo train.
Jonathan Fowler with an absolutely fabulous fourth leg. Got Sack back into it. You saw that last exchange.
Yeah.
It was not a good one. He got
It was a horrible exchange.
But he set his sights on the man in front of him and said, I will not lose this race today. We will not lose this race today. I got you guys. I'll carry you to the finish line.
But credit to the third leg for Tabernacle. They did
Michael Riley
job coming back, rallying back.
Michael Riley had a great run. It was very difficult for Levon Parker from Tabernacle to fight back into this one against a Jonathan Fowler. That's difficult to run against. And they pick up the championship, 42-15.
I think the problem is he didn't see him.
But I think Jonathan Fowler placed third in the 100 meters final.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's not.
It was
a quality field. It was a quality field, absolutely.
Tamani Skinner's always a perennial favorite for SAC. They pick up the win, 42-15, knocking out right now Sunland Baptist, 42-15.
43-01, yeah.
Right, who finished at 43-01. So SAC picks up the win in 42-15. And I hope they bring me back something from Philadelphia.
Because they are
how about a cheesesteak?
They are Penn Relays bound.
That was a good race.
Yeah.
So the question is, what happened to QC?
I'm really curious to know what happened. I think that had QC been in this mix, I do believe we would have had a even better race than what we saw just now, if that's even possible. But I do believe they would have.
Yeah. Matthew Chandler, they're all amazing runners. And like I said before, in the past, they've done an excellent job contesting SAC.
I would have liked to have seen that matchup.
Yeah.
I really would have as well. And I think most of this stadium would have loved to see it. Very curious to know what would happen.
There would have been real fireworks.
Yeah, yes, sir. Let's swing it on over. Jay's standing by. He's been right on top of it. I don't know. He may be a little long in the face now because
I think he was waiting for the fourth competitor. Are you still waiting for the fourth one, Jay?
This one is for you, Chris. The St. Augustine's College. Excellent ankle leg. Welcome to the race.
I just know when my third leg was coming, I see the guy from, I think, Tabernacle was on the side of us, and I just had to do what I had to do to win.
It was a pretty close race. Were you nervous at all, or were you confident that you guys would be able to win?
I was confident. We have the team surrounded to do our best, and we went out there, we let God do the rest.
I know you've been running for a long time. One of the best junior athletes in the country. How does it feel to win the 4x1?
It feels great. I almost felt like I let the team down, though, because I heard them coming in the inside, and I didn't push as though I needed to. But it's all good. We came back, and we still got the W.
4x1, you're the winner. How does it make you feel?
I feel good. I feel like we got to do better. This is my first time running with them, so it was good. But I know when we go to Penn, we can do good and we can show.
There you have it. Speaking about Penns already, back to you guys.
It's not like they don't know.
Right.
Tamani, what's going to happen.
Tamani always makes me mad because he runs very good and then is always down on himself. I think I let the team down. But you ran a phenomenal curve there.
He did.
You kept them right in it. Yeah. But to him, I don't think he can ever do well. And I think that's a testament to his
drive thing,
that's a drive thing for him. But it always makes me mad that he comes back with that. And Jay, just for clarity, it's not just one St. Augustine. It's not two St. Augustines. It's now 3.
We got a table full of them. and we got Romel actually by the faction because his son went.
I tell people I pay tax school fees.
But he's quiet because his daughter now goes to QC. Don't let him fool you.
Okay? That's true. That's right.
I'm trying to get her to go to SAC. I'm trying.
We got some more medal ceremonies going on. Let's swing it across to the podium.
The silver medalist, representing St. Anne's, Job Thunton. And our champion in the discus under 14 boys, the gold medalist, representing C.H. Reeves, with a toss of 31.90 meters, Caden Kemp. The medal ceremonies for the 5,000 meters under 20 boys. The bronze medalist, representing St. Augustine's, Dentry Mortimer Jr. The silver medalist, competing unattached, Nathan Duncan. And our champion in the 5,000 meters under 20 boys, competing unattached, with a time of 16 minutes, 33.72 seconds, Christopher Sanctus. The medal ceremonies for the shot put under 20 boys. The bronze medalist, representing Tabernacle Baptist, Jethro Batiste. The silver medalist, representing Huntley Christie, Nathaniel Adderley. And our champion in the shot put under 20 boys, the gold medalist, representing Queens College, with a toss of 14.33 meters, Robert Deal. The medal ceremony for the boys, 200 meters under 17. Recognizing the bronze medalist from Tabernacle, Aiden Kelly. The silver medalist, representing St. Augustine's, Andrew Brown. And our champion in the boys, 200 meters under 17. Competed unattached. He won with a time of 21.87 seconds. A CARIFTA qualifying mark, Caden Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, next event. Ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track is the start of the 4x400 meter relays. The under 14 girls is lined up and ready to go. In lane number 2, the team of Patrell Brown, Andrea Brown, Alina Pinder, and Janaya Anderson, Temple Christian. Running in lane number 3, the team of Renee Gibson, Frederica Auguste, Nevaeh Stewart, and Samantha Gottschalk.
Back to live action. We are all done with those medal ceremonies. And guys, I mean, the 4x1s are done, but the excitement's not over, because the 4x4s are just around the corner. They're every bit as crowd pleasing, if you will. More bang for your buck, maybe, as we see. You can savor the moment. Yeah, that's right. And so there's a lot of time to make up ground. All kinds of stuff can happen in the 4x4. Yeah. And we'll certainly see how that plays out coming up in just a few short moments from now. We'll start things off again. And it's going to be an interesting start off, because we got the under 14 girls kicking things off here in the 4x4s. We'll start with Temple Christian in lane 2, C.H. Reeves in 3, Sackett 4, QC in 5, and A.F. Adley will occupy lane 6. should be, again, an exciting time as this crowd builds up anticipation again following those medal ceremonies. It's still buzzing a little bit from those 4x1s. Now we get to see the 4x4s, which will culminate our evening of activities here at this championships and CARIFTA trials.
I hope the B3As find some money for that under-17 crew that's going to Penn relays that we've promised them.
Yeah, this is true because now they can actually play the take
Boys
back.
and girls.
They can play the take
Boys
back
and girls.
and say,
I don't know where they're going to get it from, but they better get it.
I have an answer for you.
They better get it.
I do have an answer for you. You should know that the government of the Bahamas covers the cost for the Penn relays, so we can put it back to them for the under-17 division as well.
But listen, I'm excited about what I'm saying in the 4x4. The talent that we have is exceptional, and I think in very short order, we will regain our dominance in the 4x4 in the world.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see those relays come back strong. We've kind of fallen off, especially in that 4x4, like we mentioned. That used to be something, a staple.
That was our race.
You could almost guarantee we'd be in the mix. You know, somebody got to beat us. That's how it was. And now,
especially on the men's side.
That's changed.
That was it.
Especially on the men's side. That was what a lot of countries looked at going after.
What you will see, I think that the barometer for the future of track and field really is going to be the NACAC under-18, under-23 championship.
Right.
We have a stable like we've never had before. You know, the likes of Terrence Jones and Wanye McCoy and Remo Otterbo. We just have a ton of them that are coming up the ranks. And so this will be the future of track and field in that age group.
Just underway, 4x4 relay. That's Sac currently in the lead, followed closely by
I don't think that's
Queens
Sac.
College. No, that's not definitely not Sac. Looks like AF Adley, but they don't have AF Adley's in 6th.
Oh.
So yeah, that could be AF Adley.
Yeah.
AF Adley, QC.
Yeah, that is AF Adley.
It is AF Adley. So my color slate is not the best.
QC taking the lead.
Same thing to me, you know.
You're becoming an elder statesman, son.
Yes.
There goes the comet flying down the track. So they're gonna.
Nice shot. Nice drone work here today. Nice drone work here today.
Yeah, LOC cut down the drone today.
I love how he ignored you on that one.
Causing trouble, right?
On the exchange, it's QC with the lead here.
As Zara Frazier.
Second leg. Did we just see her run in the 4x1?
Sure did.
She has run almost every race one can imagine.
Wow, she's going to sleep good tonight.
Tonight?
She comes from a track and field family.
Yep.
I mean, almost everyone in the family has been a part of the Bahamian team.
Either ran or coaches.
That's right.
Or both, or do both. Have done both.
Yeah.
So she
very
has
smooth.
Good pedigree, still running smoothly. One would not imagine that she's run already for the day.
Several times.
She's run for the past 3 days, huh?
Frazier out there, very nice.
And you see now St. Augustine's College has indeed.
It looks like Jayla.
It is Jayla.
Jayla, another one who's run quite a few times today.
All day long. From the sprints to the hurdles. In fact, I think Jayla ran more than Zara.
Yeah, I saw Jayla in the hurdles. As you said, she ran the sprints.
She's tired.
Yeah, right about here.
I feel tired for her.
Yes.
Go to sleep. Go sleep, sweetheart. It's been a long day. I feel
now she can.
Yeah, now that's why I say now you can go to sleep. So you can't do anything else anymore right now. So that's Shannon Edward Bruno, who got the baton for Sac. And Angel Culmer, though, is very much out there.
It's really so pleasing to see how we have such a large representation from all of the schools.
Yes.
And I think that's really the growth of the sport. You'll find new talent in every school now.
We were talking about Morris Island and the exciting job that they've been
Talk about Quincy Penn, who's been training under the tutelage of Pastor Williams.
Yeah.
And she's been a standout over the weekend.
Yeah, we were talking about what he's been able to accomplish on Morris Island, finding athletes and nourishing them to I mean, just gem-like quality, right? I mean, it's just amazing. Absolutely. Takes a lump of coal and shapes them into a diamond.
Angel Culmer coming up for QC right now. Handing off to Sierra Delaney. Sierra takes off. She's going to be chased by Malaya Pratt from Sac. About a 60 to about 50-meter difference between the two.
Almost feels like 80 meters.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like that to the person doing the chasing, that's for sure.
But Sierra out there, Sierra Delancey, very smooth. You don't see any tiredness on her. She's extending that QC lead.
Although her stride is shortening a bit,
yeah.
You can tell she's kind of tiring.
She is out, though, have a very significant lead at this point. Unless
I don't see the SAC girl making up any difference.
Yeah,
it doesn't appear that.
Unless going to maintain the status quo there.
Unless Sierra stops and starts running backwards. In fact, this is going to be a QC pickup here.
The lead.
Even though she has shortened, like you said.
Yeah, without seemingly trying to come.
Right.
And now she picks up the pace.
Yeah.
She's got this weird left hand, but she's going to pick up the win for QC.
QC's been doing a wonderful job of maintaining its track and field program, and I think that they've really made the difference in the way we see track and field in the private school sector.
Yeah, the competition between them and SAC is definitely taking high school athletics to another level.
And we'll be joined in a few minutes by the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Bolag.
So I could do it.
Oh.
We're kicking Romel out?
Yeah.
The bosses are
We're kicking Romel out?
Romel Knowles, the president of the Bahamas Olympic Committee.
Thank you so much, Romel. We had a great time this afternoon.
He has been with us for quite a little while. We're going to allow him to step away as we welcome in the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Bolag, to our desk here. As you can see, the final set of competitors coming toward the finish line as we round out this race. That's Temple Christian still out there and being cheered in. This crowd very supportive of the athletes.
It's a hard race. If you're under 14.
Yeah, 400 meters and just being out there by yourself, knowing that you're the last athlete coming in.
Janiyah Anderson for Temple Christian just is going to push. And again, I always remind you, she's finishing.
That's right. It's so easy to just walk off the track and say, I'm done.
It's a lot harder to finish the race. QC wins it 4:28.30.
Y'all got more foot upstairs? Yeah.
Well, no, that was a totally different conversation. I don't know what's going on there.
First of all, we'd like to welcome Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, Mario Bolag, who's obviously been eating, approached by B3A's President Domingo Archer about if there's any more food. Just so that we have breaking news, apparently there is.
There is some food.
There is some left.
There was some edibles left.
I know Domingo been at you all day, so.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
But, Minister, thank you so much for joining us. I know this has been a stressful couple of days for you just watching. And again, I don't mean that in a sarcastic manner. It is difficult to watch all of these athletes come up, and you get so full of knowing what the future holds for us here in the Bahamas. Yeah. What is your takeaway as we go into the heart of the 4x4s? What is your main takeaway from this? Not from looking towards CARIFTA, but just looking at the development of sport and track here in the Bahamas.
Well, you hit the nail on the head. I think it was more of a developmental meet for me. Where we were seeing most of those athletes, especially in the under 14, come out here and perform. Seeing some of the kids who might have been little over 14, but now it's running under 15, and seeing some 14 and 15-year-olds run with the under 17 and compete very well. So it tells that the future is bright for us in athletics. But most importantly, I think the Ishmael Rule, a 15-year-old, he's just amazing, and I am hoping that he will be a future Olympian for us, because he showed that in the 1 and the 2. I watched him in the 4x1 relay where SAC just escaped him. I think if they had another 5 meters in that race, he would have
really seen a different result.
And so it shows the heart of a young man who is up and coming and one of our brightest stars in future in athletics in this country.
Talking about up and coming future stars, just give us a minute, Minister. We're going to head over quickly to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with QC, who just won the under 14 girls 4x4.
Yes, Chris, this is Queens College. Just run the 4x4. You run about 7 or 8 times for the entire weekend. How are you able to get that energy to win?
To be honest, I don't know. But I just catch myself because the 4x4, after I was running the 4x4, I just felt very tired. But when I was getting down, I was shaking so hard. As I reached the curve and everybody started screaming. And in my head, I said, Marcellus, you got this, you got this.
Congratulations, you're excited. How you felt about your overall team's performance?
Our performance was good. I didn't think it would be that bad. I ran the whole thing and I was tired.
Good. You came down the finish line and celebrated, showboated Creasy on your shirt. What was that about?
It was about like bravery, like I had to be tough, you know. I was like, see, if you really want our team to win, you have to push and trust in God.
Toughness. What about you? You guys are the champs.
I didn't expect it to be that tiring, but I just tried to like stay good throughout the whole race. And by the time I was finished, I just tell her to take the baton. And then, I just had to believe in myself.
There you have it, Queens College. They are victorious at this year's Nationals. Back to you guys.
I like how Rosella said, I don't know how I found this energy. She said, to be honest, I don't know.
What she said is the key to, she said she heard the crowd.
She heard the crowd, right.
About the same
right. And for CARIFTA, that's why the Bahamians need to come on screen.
Great segue, Minister, on that one.
Thank you so much for bringing that in. We've been saying that all weekend long. We hope that the Bahamians come out and support these athletes, because you just heard testimony as to why that is so important. That young lady said she heard that crowd, and that made her get that extra burst of energy, that extra juice of speed, and that was all she needed. So, hey, it's on y'all now. We put it in your hands.
Exactly.
All right, the athletes are ready. Now you got to be ready.
But you have to underscore the point, though, that this is the 50th edition. This will probably be the most memorable event in the history of CARIFTA. And we've always had sold-out crowds here at the stadium, at the National Stadium. And I believe that this is going to be a situation where you guys got to bring in more seats.
Yeah, well,
ticket sales are going incredibly well.
Be the case, especially moving up to the last 2 days, which will be Sunday and Monday. And I have no problems to invest in the expense of more bleachers just to ensure that the stadium is filled with Bahamians.
4x4 getting ready to start. 2 AF Adley, 3 Temple Christian, 4 Saks, 5 C.H. Reeves, St. John's in 6, and QC in 7.
So we have a full house.
Pretty much.
Indeed.
Sack and QC. I think that's Kenny Moxley.
I think that's Cameron Henfield who's taking off out there.
He'll be followed by Caden Miller.
Right.
He's making a good accounting of himself.
Sack has drifted back right now.
Yeah, Sack is.
Well, you know, Sack is more of a sprint.
The 4x1s were right up in their alley. This 4x4 start to lose some people. But
St. John's is Cordell Monroe right there in the mix. You'll see him coming in.
But this is what makes the sport so exciting, eh? You're not going to win everything, but you're going to have high level of competition from all of the schools. And that was seen even with Tabernacle this weekend. They've really shown out well.
They have indeed. And, you know, I think they can go back to Grand Bahama with their heads held high. And we saw so many performances, not only from Grand Bahama, but some of the other family islands as well. Tyler Pratt, the young lady from Andress, who came in and looked so good in the long
high jump.
Yeah, and high jump. Yeah,
she's also qualifying the high jump.
5'6". That's right. 5'6".
Let's not forget Quincy Penn.
Yep, Quincy Penn. Yeah,
we were talking about her earlier from Moores Island. You know, just so many good feel-good stories. Yes.
Quincy Penn reminds me of Shandira Brown. Who's now, she's just that good. In fact, she was a part of your highlights the other day.
Yes, she was.
St. John's right now, Leonardo Roll chasing down Caden Miller from QC, cutting down
he's
the lead.
He's going to absorbing him right now.
He's going to catch him.
Yeah, he's struggling.
Yeah, those footsteps. He's going to hear those footsteps. His steps are getting shorter and shorter.
Oh, he's holding on.
Yeah, he's just praying that finish line gets closer. He's like, why is the line moving?
The bear is on his back.
Caden is going to hand off to Navari
He's tied up, too. He is tied up. He has nothing left. And St. John's has taken the lead over QC.
Nico Seymour with the baton now for St. John's. Navari Knowles for QC trying to make up some ground.
Nice tall strides.
Yeah, he looks like a quarter mile.
Yeah, I was about to say, very good stride here by Nico Seymour.
Good frequency, looks great.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous running style there. He looks very comfortable.
So listen, man, you know, we have all kinds of athletes in the system, right? We got to take some of them from basketball because everyone wants to be a basketball player.
So moving back to the track right now, it is QC's Navari Knowles still out there. Sack back's in the mix. Jariah Woodside is making a push for Sack. St. John's out front right now, making a push as well onto this one. Sack in third.
The Giants in control
of this one. QC in second. Nico will hand off to Anthony Saunders.
And here comes Sack now.
Here comes Sack. Pulling up. Yep.
Should be fine.
RJ Roberts for Sack in the mix right now.
RJ has won 2 gold medals so far for the weekend, and so he should be something to watch in the last lap.
Taru Bannister out for QC. Anthony Saunders for St. John's right now. Sack in second. The fight seemingly for second and third.
The young man from QC is trying to make a bit of a run here.
Yeah. St. John's is gonna even widen the gap here.
Oh, look at that stride. He's got such long strides.
And he's picked it up at the 150 mark. QC is in second. It's a fight right now for second.
Don't look back.
He
Don't
did look back.
Don't look back.
The Cardinal sin. Anthony Saunders made that peek back. He's going to be
Green Giants
should be able to hold on for the win. Sack making a push with R.J. Roberts.
And Sack has now come back to finish. That's R.J. Roberts, who showed some fortitude, able to push his way back into that second spot.
Yeah.
There you go.
Congratulations
the
to
private
St. John's.
schools 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, indeed.
You know, talking about what you mentioned earlier about basketball players, you know, even when I was in high school, the better track athletes were on the basketball court.
If you're looking for a high jumper or a long jumper, go to basketball. That's where you'll find them.
As you see, the last of our competitors start to come toward the finish line here. Tabernacle and looks like AF Adley finishing it up.
So St. John's picks up the win there, 4:07.74. Strong finish there by Cordell Monroe, Leonardo Roll, Nico Seymour, anchored by Anthony Saunders.
So what do you think about a Monday evening track and field calendar? You think it's good for the sport?
You know what? I like it. Just in the framework of what it was meant to accomplish, which is, of course, to follow the CARIFTA trend, right? You wanted to kind of get a dry run. Obviously, CARIFTA ends on a Monday. From that concept, from that angle, I do like it. Now, whether
beyond CARIFTA,
right? Beyond CARIFTA, I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's good to have it on the weekends. You know, your Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
When you start to go into the beginning of the week, it gets a little tougher, especially with the kids having school and all the other stuff. It makes it very hard.
We're going to head, sorry guys, we're going to head real quick over to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with St. John's, that just picked up that under 14 4x4 win. Jay.
You got it, St. John's. Giants, they came away with the first place finish. It was a gutsy performance. What do you think?
I'm very happy about it. We've been training all year long. I thank you for my coach.
I know it's a rivalry between St. Augustine's, QC, St. John's, but you guys were able to walk away.
Yeah, we was doing this for one person. He was one of our teammates. He got injured, so we wanted to come here and get the win for him.
You ran a really good leg. What was your mindset? How you felt about it?
I feel great about it. I think I ran great.
And of course, you did an exceptional job on your leg as well. You guys are the champs.
Yes, sir. We all believe in the model. Trina had been easy. So.
There you have it, St. John's. These guys won first place. Back to you guys.
I like that.
Train hard,
win easy. All right.
I love it.
Got to write that down. You can tell that's coach speak, right? Some coach told him that. And
over and repeatedly.
Yes, he remembered it. It stuck with him. It stuck with him. So the girls now take the track.
In two flights.
Yes.
This is the under 17 girls?
Yes.
This would be the under 17 girls. 2 flights coming your way.
Are any of you surprised of C.R. Walker performance?
No, not at all. C.R. Walker has been a perennial favorite in track and field. They have been a resurgence. It's been battling between C.R. Walker and Sylvie Bethel back and forth for a while. Again, pandemic did put a dagger
in what they were
in what everybody was trying to do. but it had been C.R. Walker and C.V. Bethel for a while.
That's really been the pilot school for track and field.
Yeah. And junior-wise, A.F. Adley has been doing well for quite some time, along with
C.H. Reeves.
C.H. Reeves.
Yeah.
C.I. Gibson has always been a standout there in slipping in there. C.C. Sweeting has been a powerhouse from back in the day with Babs and everybody else. So this is not a new phenomenon with them.
But I think the schools are very impressive thus far. This would have been Sunland, Tabernacle, SAC, QC, somewhat of St. John's and C.R. Walker on the same level. But those schools have really shown that they have the skill set and the training necessary to maintain be the favorites throughout the end.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that indeed. All right, so our first of two time finals in the under-17 girls. That's QC in 3. Tabernacle Baptist, C.R. Walker, Kingsway Academy, and C.V. Bethel.
Again, look forward to QC and Tabby being really strong here.
I think that this is Akari Roberts, who's representing C.R. Walker.
She's going to start off very fast.
She had a great 800-meter run.
Yeah.
Long,
her just
looping strides.
Look at the way she's eating up the
beautiful run.
She's just cutting them down.
So she's the CARIFTA qualifying the 800 meters. So she has 400-meter speed.
Interestingly enough, they run her on the first leg.
Probably to take advantage of her endurance to get them out front, because she's not going to be able to run on the inside. She's got to run probably the most of anyone on this team. So they run her first, get the lead, stay out, and drive through whatever she's done so far. And she's doing exactly that here.
Exactly. And if they don't have a strong team,
yeah, you're right. Yeah.
They give her the lead and let them try to hold on.
Holds up.
Yeah.
But again, Akari is another one of those athletes who you've seen out there just running her heart out.
Yep.
Case in point, what you're talking about, because that lead has already evaporated.
Yep.
It looks like the Comets have now surged back in.
And they look pretty strong.
Raish Pantry has been strong in the 400 and the 200 so far. You can see she's definitely a 400, 200 build there. Her stride very easy coming up here.
Just
onto the 200-meter mark.
Has a Allison Felix kind of.
It does. That wild run, that almost.
Their statement. She almost reminds me of a short Marie-Jose Perec, who used to run almost helter-skelter, but was very
all
focused.
Over the place, but
but she's a very short Marie-Jose Perec.
Yeah.
And the Comets will maintain the lead here as they hand it off. Just barely avoided the collision.
Yeah.
Understanding they've got a nice lead. She's just running a nice stride, running her race here, maintaining.
Yeah. She's in a comfortable lead.
Rainier Russell for C.R. Walker out there. She's making her push, trying to get her into it.
This is great.
She's running a negative split on this 4.
It's like you know a little about track and field.
Yeah. It does sound that way, doesn't it?
Those are the words that they gave me to say.
Find a way to interject.
I try to put my swimming knowledge into track and field. But she is running very strong on this one.
Second place right now. Yeah, they're going.
And Krista Ford is another wonderful 800-meter runner, Krista Ford. So it's a closer for them.
That's it. She almost got them by 200 meters.
It's like almost by half a track now has extended the lead. So for all intents and purposes, the battle is just now for second, third, and whoever else wants to finish after that.
But again, right now, what she's running for is time. There are 2 flights here in this final.
Absolutely.
So she's got to not run just to win. She's got to run to have a strong time to stand up against St. John's and SAC coming in that second heat of this time semifinal. These time finals, pardon me.
So by all means, the race is not yet done, even though it's a strong performance here. They do have to hope that SAC and St. John's run slower times. Otherwise, this will be a nice performance, but it will not necessarily amount to a national championship.
Their time, 4:03.78.
We'll see if that holds up. 4:03.78. Mark it down. And let's see if St. Augustine's or St. John's or perhaps anybody else.
Anybody else. Again, you can... running the 4x4 and the 4x1 is not always about the fastest team. It's those who can get the baton around the track.
Yes. Which comes into play more in the 4x1, but certainly even in the 4x4.
It does. 4x4. You've seen a lot of collisions that happen on those exchanges.
We just saw one almost happen
just now. Yeah. Anything can happen.
So let the good times keep rolling on. We got another time final here for the girls 4x4 under 17s.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting race. You're going to see a lot. She's qualifying the 400-meter hurdles. She's qualifying the 400 meters. Bailey Major, she's qualifying the triple jump, the high jump, the 400-meter hurdles. And so these girls are deep in this age group for SAC. So I'm interested in seeing just how the other team...
hence why I said that time, even though it was impressive by QC, is no guarantee that it holds up, because these young ladies will have something to say about it.
Well, who you think going to be the competition for SAC in this?
Well, St. John's has been good.
It's probably going to be St. John's, between St. John's, Temple Christian.
Is that Sunland?
I see St. John's. I see look like...
No, Sunland is not running in this one.
Who's
St. John's is scheduled to be in lane 5. We'll see if they...
Who's in lane 4?
Lane 4 would be Temple Christian.
Yeah. Temple Christian.
We're gonna head real quick over to Jay Philippe, who has standing by right now with the current leaders in the 4x4. There's still another heat to come up. So we're gonna see how they are reacting and getting ready to see what happens in this next heat. Jay.
Yeah, like you said, Chris, they are the current leaders. You guys pretty much dominated the race.
Thank you. We did our best out there. Most of our athletes are not well, so we put our best foot forward. We did all that we could do out there.
As far as your leg, what was you thinking during the race, and how was you able to execute?
The first thing that I thought was I had to get out. And the main thing that been coursing through my brain was I have to do this for my school, for my teammates, to make everybody that helped me throughout my whole journey proud of me. That's all I was thinking.
Great teamwork. What about you? You ran a pretty good leg as well.
Yeah, I was just in my race. I was just thinking that I have to get off quick and I can't slow down, and I got to win this for my school and my coach, and I just want to do it for my team.
There you have it. That is Queen Colors. They would have won this heat. We'll see what happens next. Back to you guys.
Okay, Mari Hannah almost wanted me to give #tear. I wanted to do it for my school, God, country, everything.
We've heard some great interviews, man. These kids are now, they're social media ready now. Yep. They've rehearsed in front of the camera so long doing the social media stuff that this is small stuff now.
So again, the time to beat 4:03.78. It will be SAC in 3, TC in 4, St. John's in 5, 8 Mile Rock in 6, and AF Adderley in lane 7.
That's AF Adderley?
Yep.
And very quickly,
8 Mile Rock / Ferguson.
And we saw her run earlier, too.
Yeah, she looks great.
She actually has some good promise. I think that, this is another one of those Family Island kids, 8 Mile Rock, that she may be getting overlooked because of Tabernacle, but you know what? She runs well.
Good height.
She's running an excellent first leg.
Running a smart leg, too.
And she has
Bailey Major on the inside.
Like you said, she has the height. Our coach at UB basketball, Bacchus Roll, always says one thing. He says, I can teach you how to play basketball. I cannot teach you height.
Yeah. And Bailey now coming on strong.
So it looks like Bailey is leading the race. She's on the inside lane. And so the first exchange will go to St. Augustine's College. That's Cheyenne Demerit.
Now, it depends on how 8 Mile Rock runs his second leg and be smart. To try to take stock early, you're going to find himself behind. Just stay in the race.
Yeah, just stay in the race. Give yourself a shot.
Cheyenne Demerit, though, is a beast at times out there for SAC. But she is extending the lead right now.
we've established the positions.
Cheyenne is out there. 8 Mile Rock still in the mix.
And they are in the mix.
Yeah,
8 Mile Rock is in the mix.
It's not giving up. Joy Johnson coming in strong.
Here. Oh, yeah.
Just out of reach of where we're looking right now. But Joy, there you see her.
She is.
Joy Johnson is going to hand off to Skylar Curry from 8 Mile Rock.
Now, Skylar's a little undersized. It'll be interesting to see what kind of speed she has and endurance, because it's going to take a lot for her to overcome the length of stride that we see in the front runner for St. Augustine's College.
Eulanis Okompi, she is very long, very strong. You can see her stride there.
800-meter runner, so she's got the endurance. We know that for sure.
1,500-meter runner.
She ran the 400-meter hurls.
She's a qualified in the 400-meter. Yeah, exactly, right. So Okompi is certainly accomplished.
I see what you did there.
It's called alliteration.
So Sack out front, coming here at the 100-meter mark. Okompi will hand off to Alexis Roberts. The time again to beat is 4:03.78.
Now, Alexis, her father was a former CARIFTA athlete from Grand Bahama.
Right. Okay. Alexis Roberts.
Yeah.
And
you
can see the resemblance right there.
And this is Letizia Camp. No, I think it's Brianne Camp.
No, that's Britisha.
Britisha Camp.
Who has it now.
Yeah. She's from Temple Christian, and she's been carrying the torch for Temple Christian the entire time.
There was a little bit of a hiccup there. I think
this is not Compy.
Right.
Yeah. This is not Compy who's running.
They switched it out.
This is Alexis Roberts.
No, Okay. They look very similar.
Very similar poof in the back of the head.
They have similar what?
A poof in the back of the head.
Is that the official term?
That may not be the official term, is what I call it.
Here comes the rocks.
Britisha Kemp from Temple Christian is trying to make a move here. Zion Muskram from 8 Mile Rock is still in it, but right now it is Alexis Roberts coming on very strong for St. Augustine's College. She's chasing 4:03.78. She is looking only at time at this point, and she will just get under. Her official flash time is 4:04.17, waiting for them to revise it, and it will be 4:04.21.
So that's just celebrating. So QC can celebrate now.
Yep. QC can celebrate.
So QC does pick up the win on that one.
And I thought on that last leg, Alexis kind of slowed down. You saw the backstretch. She didn't keep going. And she saw we got a big lead, and she eased up a bit.
One of the disadvantages of having time finals is if you don't seed it properly, you don't have a good head-to-head competition. Because I think that race would have been a far more exciting race if it had been the two of them in the race.
I agree. That would have been good to see them on the track at the same time, QC and Sack.
Well, once both on the track, they know they got one goal for each other, beat each other.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there you go.
QC won that, eh?
Yeah.
So here comes A.F. Adley pulling up. An accomplishment just to finish the race.
You know, Minister, it's an interesting question that's been brewing, and that is the recruitment has become so aggressive with the private schools, the recruiting a lot of the public school students. How do we maintain a program that keeps the public schools competitive?
Well, the idea is you have to have the right. Let's start off first of all with the various coaches and the various discipline in the public schools. Sometimes they find themselves where you have 2 persons in one school great at one sport.
Yeah,
and then you have in some there's a lack of having persons in various sporting disciplines. And I think being around the public school system over the past 11 years at C.C. Speeding, you can see that where there's strengths in some disciplines and there's weakness in others.
Yes.
And so I think what the ministry has done was brought on Floyd Brister, who is now assisting in trying to make sure that they balance and having the correct persons with the various disciplines in the school, so that when it comes to athletics, the kids who are in the government school will want to stay. Because I can tell you what happens is once they find persons, someone who knows that discipline, they had the tendency of staying. But when you look at the SAC and you look at the QC, they want to go to those schools because they know they have the persons in athletics who can help take them to the next level.
And I would say alleged recruiting. As an attorney.
Well, let's just leave it there, right? But I do believe that the public school system, even with the recruiting taking place, you have so much talent. It's about talent development. And that's what I see you guys doing.
Talent development and having the coaches who are disciplined and determined to make sure they find those diamonds in the rough and shine those diamonds.
Absolutely.
But you just don't want a diamond to drop in your hand and just put them on the track and then say you create that.
Right.
I always said, you know, when I look at my time spent at CC Speeding, I would go in Baintown, Rock Crush area and find the diamonds in the rough. Make them rough, but there was some smooth diamond. And we get in the court, we did a lot of cutting. So at the end of the day, you got to want to go there and find those kids and fine-tune them and be able to get them on the track.
Totally agree.
Real quick, we're going to head over to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with St. Augustine's College, who picks up second spot here in on the 17 girls 4x4. Jay.
Right, Chris. St. Augustine's College, you've been running all week and you just ran the 4x1, 4x4. How does it feel?
It feels good. Going into the 4x4, I knew that I was going to have to run hard because it was tank finals. And as the ankle coming home, I knew I had to push. I gave it all I got. And I just came home with speed.
You did your part. You contributed. Excellent leg.
Yes. Yes, sir. I was very happy about doing the 4x4 after running the 8 and the 4 hurdles. And I just did my best and finished strong.
It was the last competition for you guys. You gave it your all.
Yes, I did. I knew I could rely on my team, so I just did my part and left it to them to bring it home.
How does it feel to win first place?
It feels good that I get to represent my school and so hopefully represent my country.
St. Augustine's has been dominant from day one, and the same thing with the 4x4 relays. Back to you guys.
Appreciate you very much, Jay. And as we get ready for the under 17 boys now, quick lane assignments: Temple Christian in lane 2, AF Adley in 3, Kingsway Academy in lane 4. That's Mangrove Key Andros in lane number 5, and North Luther in 6. We have 3 time finals here for the boys 4x4.
Fun times all around.
Yes, sir. The gift that keeps on giving.
You know, Jamaica, back to what we were talking about earlier, there's also a culture that is developed at some of these schools. And so when certain athletes go to these various schools, they expect to perform at that great level because of the culture that is built by the school and the coaches that are in the schools.
Yeah, I agree.
There is that indeed. Meanwhile, we are looking at the action here on the track, and it looks like Mangrove Key, who is showing some. That's actually North Luther in lane 6, who was
that again.
Out front. Mangrove Key
again. That's
this young man,
Enrico Pierre,
the 15-year-old. who ran 800 meters earlier today, right?
Yes.
Amazing
ran yesterday.
Great potential.
So, Minister, I understand you have another appointment you have to get to, so we want to thank you for coming by and hanging with us for a while.
Glad that the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture is sponsoring this.
For sponsoring us, man.
We understand a big check is coming, making sure that gets sent in very quickly.
Definitely.
Make sure we got it on tape.
No, I too want to congratulate the ministry for stepping to the plate and taking the lead and putting on a wonderful production. This has been the test event for the CARIFTA trials. Together with the B3As and the local organizing committee, I don't think we could have put on a better performance.
Yeah, I'm impressed all across the board. And again, I got to extend thanks again to the ministry and the minister for stepping up and doing what has been a tremendous thing.
Sorry, just before you dip out, are there any last words that you want to give to the public on everything that you've seen this weekend?
Well, I wanted the public to know that this is just a preview of what's to come to CARIFTA. We'll see all these great performances, and once you come to CARIFTA, you will see us taking home much more medals than we did in the last CARIFTA. And also, too, I want to add that the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, who is responsible for these assets, which is the athletes, got together along with B3As and wanted to make this event possible. And so we are here to ensure that sports development continues growing on in the country. And as our motto said, we are here to serve and make sure our youth, who is our future, as well invested in.
Sounds good to me. Thanks again,
Thank you so much, Minister. Out front right now for North Luther.
That's a good point. When we talk about the Ministry of Youth, the Ministry of Education, they're the custodians of our kids. And really, nothing can happen without them and the school system.
Yeah, indeed, they are the stewards and making sure that everybody is in the best possible setting. Yeah. Settings like this that give them the opportunities to showcase what is indeed possible for our young people.
Brett Kemp for Temple Christian came from third spot, handing off now to Brendan Clear. Temple Christian out front. Again, he needs to cut in very quickly. North Eleuthera's Warren Hudson
too late.
Handed off
he cut in a little bit too late.
Yep.
He's still in his lane.
Yeah. Tearing off right now. This is the
function of coaching as well. Eh?
Yeah, not understanding that you can go into the inside lane. He made himself run a little longer.
Kenyon Johnson out there for Kingsway right now. If he can hold on to that pace, he will set the pace for this under-17 boys 4x4 event. He's run out of gas.
Yeah, I think he's hit the wall. Right around here, the line starts to move away from you.
But he's unrelenting, eh?
He's going to hold on, though.
I just got to get there. I just got to get there.
Great job.
So North Eleuthera setting the stage. Or is that Kingsway Academy? I get confused sometimes with the greens. And as you can see, the young man.
So that was Kingsway setting the early mark right now, 3:43.54.
3:43.54 for Kingsway Academy.
Great run for Kingsway. Kingsway has also been producing a good track and field program.
Yeah, they've really turned things around. It used to be they had gotten their softball program up for a while.
Yep.
And so they were pretty good there. And then, we saw briefly basketball, especially the girls' basketball program was pretty good. And now it seems that they've now made a concerted effort to shift their focus onto track and field. And we're seeing some good things here.
Follow the trend. Wherever there are skilled coaches in the system, you produce very, very successful training programs.
Very true, very
true.
Track
and field program. Marvis David is a coach for one of the established track clubs here. He's the head coach, I think, for Kingsway. The same with Everett Frazier, who's the head coach for Fast Forward. He's the head coach for Queens College. And so it goes down the line. Rashad Patton from Government High School, they're growing a program. So put more coaches in the school system, you produce better results.
Yeah, and the proof is indeed in the pudding, as you said, right? Yeah. So we're seeing it. It's just a matter of allowing it to grow and nurture and just being patient, too. That's another thing. Understand that it's not going to be an overnight process, but if you give people the tools, it will eventually start to work for you.
Kenyon Johnson with a fantastic run there for Kingsway Academy.
Yeah.
Comes up and just really takes off for about 250, pardon me. I think when he got that wind on that backstretch on that curve, right there where he took the peep, I think it started to set in. Even more so right here in the last 80 meters. I don't know if he mentally said, I need to slow down, or if it just kicked in.
Or his body just said, we need to slow down.
Yeah. Something needed to happen.
So we got Jay Philippe standing by once again. He's been busy back at the sidelines. What's up, Jay?
Super busy, but these guys are the real MVPs. Excellent performance. I'm going to tell you, you're kind of tired. How you feeling about the race?
I feel good. We worked hard, trained RC. Coming down the 100-meter stretch, I almost fell out the lane, but I kept my balance, and I kept pushing on.
Were you expecting Kingsway to come out on top?
Yes, I did, actually. We ran some good races. We ran some good legs. We kept up with the pace and overall won.
You held it down on your leg. What was your mindset? How you felt about it?
I was just trying to run that person down. You know, that's the person in TC. I was trying my hardest to, push and get to the end.
You was able to use your length and athleticism to be able to help your team.
So it was my duty to help these guys, man. They put it on me. They gave it to me. When he got me a baton, I had to run him down. So it was mandatory for my Kingsway. We rapping. Thanks.
There you go, Kingsway. They would have won their portion of the 4x4. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Jay. First of our time finals done for the under-17 boys. So much more action to come. The second now already lined up. C.H. Reeves in lane 2. Doris Johnson. Next to them is 8 Mile Rock, Windsor High, C.R. Walker, and Preston Aubrey.
All right, as we start this second heat, real quick, there is the notice of Windsor High, one of the newest schools, private schools in the mix, being out here and being represented. I think that bodes well for the improvement of track and field across the board as we welcome more schools into the mix. We are welcoming on one end and saying goodbye on the next. I understand that you may have to leave us in a few moments, President Archer.
We're wrapping up. We have a team meeting to begin the selection process.
I will pray God's blessings on you, not only during the meeting, but after the meeting. Hopefully your car has auto start so you can run through it and get out of here quickly. I know that's going to be a very challenging meeting very quickly. How do you expect that to go tonight, real quick, before you push out?
I'm pleased to say that we have quite a number of qualifiers. There are a number of athletes who fought a valiant fight and simply did not make the mark. There's going to be some consideration there only because we need to populate relay teams, and there are people who are very, very close to the qualifying standards. And so what we're going to do is we're going to look at the regional performances, and based on what the region tells us, we may make further considerations to adding more people to the team. And so I don't think it's going to be as contentious as many people may anticipate. We're going to name the best team Bahamas.
They always say, I've been covering this now for almost 30 years. They always say that I always get a call the next day.
We give you one guarantee.
Would you believe what happened in this meeting? Could you believe that they did this?
We're prepared. Our armors are on. But I expect that we will come out unscathed with a fantastic team.
One thing I will make a push. I don't generally do this, but that young man in that 5,000.
Yes, sir.
Christopher Sandless, please make a special push for him. He came very close. We think that if he had a
Are you his campaign manager?
I sure am.
We both are, because I think that kid really deserves some consideration.
No, he's on the radar. I think that,
all right.
We've been trying to develop a distance program, middle distance program, and he certainly is.
He came very close.
The rising star.
I think if he had to push, he would have done it.
And a bigger crowd, he could have been in it.
And, the unfortunate thing is we need more people in the race.
That is the unfortunate thing that you say, that there are a finite number that you have, 80 that you can pick from. But good luck on that tonight, Jamiko. I would not want to be you or a part of your committee that selects or ratifies this team. So hopefully, when will we have the team officially announced? By tomorrow?
We will have a press conference at 12 o'clock. The media is invited to come out, where we will name Team Bahamas.
And this is tomorrow at noon.
Tomorrow at noon.
Good job.
All right.
You can
send me a text and let me know you get home safely.
You can send me a text to let you know that you're home safely as well.
Force, right?
No. Send me a text with if you send.
I got home safely.
No, if you don't know.
Send me some thumbs up.
If you send me 80 names, I know you got home safely.
Oh boy.
If you send me 80 names, I know you got home safely.
It's been fun, guys.
But Jamiko, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We know you have a lot more to do for tonight. And again, I do pray your wisdom and the committee's wisdom on tonight's selection. So thank you again.
Right.
Thank you again. Right now, C.R. Walker, Christian Pierre is holding off a strong surge there, I think, by Doris Johnson. But right now it is Christian Pierre.
He's starting to establish himself.
Establish himself is very much an understatement there. He pulls away and picks up the heat win.
And again, they're trying to be 340, 354. I think they did it. $338.67.
$338.69. I write bad, Marcellus. It's the only thing I failed in primary school. Penmanship.
We have one last chance here for one of these teams to steal the national championship here in the boys 4x4 for the under-17s. And that's going to be interesting because we got some pretty good teams coming up. SAC, CV Bethel, Tabernacle, St. John's. All have yet to run. QC
is in this one as well. Jack Hayward in this one as well.
We may get our wish. We got some good strong teams in this finale here. That's going to be something to watch for. I think it's going to go right down to the wire.
QC has declared Kenny Moxie, Christopher Roker, Deron Pratt, and Leviticus Lavarity. That's going to be fireworks. But then SAC on the next end, and they've again, the seedings are random. It's not as if there's some malicious man in the back twirling his mustache making this up. It's completely random. But SAC will be in lane 1 and QC will be in lane 6. Like we said, who QC is sending out in lane 6. In lane 1, SAC is sending Quinton Roll, Trent Ford, Egan Neely, and Malik White. Egan has been running a lot. So again, that's going to come into play as well. Kenny Moxie, I don't know if he's breathed anything but competition today, because he's just been from competition to competition, along with medal ceremonies.
It's been a busy day for him. And speaking of busy days, Jay Philippe, once again, very busy at trackside. What's up, Jay?
The CI Walker Knights coming from a GSSA victory. You guys came out and won the 4x4 tonight.
Yes, sir. Felt great about the performance. Just come out, make our school proud, and perform at our best ability.
You've had a busy weekend competing in long-distance races. You was able to win the second heat, run an excellent leg.
I want to say thank you to my coaches. I want to say thank you to my mom for coming out and supporting me.
What was the message from coach as far as strategy for 4x4?
There was no message. It was only, she told me don't play with them. From at that corner, he says go time to run them down. And yeah, we come here for the win.
To be able to win heat 2, what does it mean to you?
It means a lot. I couldn't let the guys down. I gave me a good position, give me a first place at the whole first place for my team. I did this shot.
There you go, C.R. Walker Knights on top of the hill, Blue Road. We'll see what happens in the next seat. Back to you guys.
And the message was don't play.
Don't play with them. Hashtag don't play with them. When I grow up, I want to be as cool as Ross Martin and Lashley Nassance. They wear their sunglasses at night.
That's right.
They wear their sunglasses at night.
Like I said, when you're cool, the sun shines on you 24 hours a day.
Consistently shine.
That's right.
But again, now they set the next mark for QC SAC to really go after. Tabernacle, you can't count them out either. 3:38.69 is the time to beat. SAC in 1, CV in 2, Tabernacle in 3, St. John's in 4, Jack Hayward in 5, and QC in lane 6.
Watch out for the fireworks here. This is going to be exciting.
And again, QC has not sent their relay team out. They did declare a relay team, but they did not send their relay team out. So again,
this is our third and final time final for the under 17 boys.
Look for action from Tabernacle and SAC now, lane 1 and lane 3.
Yeah, and this is, again, like you said, the second time QC declared a team, a relay team, and they did not show up. We just talked about how strong their program has been. It's very interesting to see them not show and for any particular race.
Right.
Especially the relays here.
So that's Quinton Roll out real quick for St. Augustine's College. Zion Henfield from Tabby in the mix as well. But right there, right next to him, though, is Ishmael Roll in the light brown with the green. But out front right now for SAC is Quinton Roll. Quinton just pushing to get the baton to Trent Ford. And again, it's very difficult on this first exchange to see where everybody is, because there is that big difference in stagger.
Yeah, it only really comes into effect once they turn, turn in, then you can see.
Right.
And now they start to make that move.
Jack Hayward out there in the red. Tyrone Conliffe is going to cut in and try to cut in out front. SAC making the move as well on the inside. Bunching up there with Tabernacle. Anthony Missick drops back a bit. Out front is Jack Hayward's Tyrone Conliffe. Conliffe pulling himself away from Tabby right now. Anthony Missick trying to make a move. It is SAC and Trent Ford.
And he's lifting his pace a little bit, trying to pick up some more speed. I like this. A little bit of jumble here.
Tyrone Conliffe. Tyrone Conliffe extending the lead. In second right now, Trent Ford. Conliffe will hand off to Zion Shepard. Shepard out very strong. Chased by Malik White from St. Augustine's College. But also coming in, Noah Bain from Tabby. and Christopher Williams Minor also in the mix. Even though he does have that slight advantage, this is not a foregone conclusion by any means. St. John's has now made a push, Sack dropping back to fourth. St. John's and Christopher Williams Minor out front. Tabby going to make the move now, coming off the curve. Noah Bain trying to make that move around. Sack still struggling. Out front is Jack Hayward. Zion Shepherd coming down very strong. Not sure what he's looking at. He may be looking at the time. Zion will hand off to Rotario Tate. Tate gets it with about a 4-second lead right now on St. John's. Sack has dropped back. St. John's in the mix. Zion Davis coming on the curve out front. Rotario Tate. St. John's and Zion Davis trying to make a move. Sack drops back. Tabernacle drops back. Jack Hayward out front. Rotario Tate.
And running strongly, too, is Tate. He looks as if he's got a lot of energy left to give. Now he kind of slows down coming into the home stretch. And again, the time for them to beat is 3:38.69.
That's what he's going after. If he's going after anything, do not worry, though. Zion Davis is making a push behind him. Right now, it's not only place, but it's also time. They're at 3:20.
And he is just fighting his way toward the finish line.
Tate is going to push. It's going to be extraordinarily close. His flash time is 3:27 high. That seems a little off, but they are marking it at 3:27.92. So right now, Jack Hayward wins it 3:27.92.
So we're slowly but surely winding down the night here as the last set of relays. We move to the under 20 divisions now. Let's go to Jay Philippe. Once again standing by with the winners of our last heat. Jay?
Yes, 3:27.92. That's a pretty fast time.
Yeah, I just want to thank my teammates again. We won the 4x1. And I thank my teammates and my coaches, and thank God for life.
That's a double. Winning the 4x1, one in the 4x4 as well. What was your mindset?
Eat bananas. Power up. We got to win.
What about you, Zion? You've been busy the entire weekend running different events. This one was personal for you.
At first, I want to thank God for allowing me to run like that. That's why it was kind of personal to me. I was trying to split 48 to give my ankle leg man the lead. And I did that.
During the ankle leg, you left it all on the track. Were you worried about the time? What was you thinking about?
Well, I told my coach to time me. So I really tried to beat my time that I had for the last 4x4. Yeah, so I did that. And Fergie.
There you have it. Jack Hayward, under 17 boys. Back to you guys.
All right. Appreciate you, Jay. And as we continue the night here, it is going into the latter part of the evening, just after 10 p.m.
Elder statesman.
Yeah, this is past my bedtime. But we're going to stick it out because we know that you're sticking it right out with us. So as we get down to our last few events, we got the under 20 girls. And I do believe there's only one. I'll take it. Yeah. So one heat, one final here, one final for the under 20 girls.
When they pitch you a fastball, you don't pass it up.
That's correct. Swing away. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say. Wonder why they say that. But anyway, under 20 girls.
Selle's talking to himself again.
This
under 20 girls.
Yes, this is
Sunland Baptist in 1. It will be PJ Bethel High School in 2, BMES in 3, Sac in 4, C.R. Walker in 5, Kingsway in 6, And Tabernacle Baptist in lane 7. Again,
the under 20 girls, 4x4.
So I know that they said that the ratification meeting was going to start around 9:30.
Obviously, that didn't happen.
Right. No, well,
close enough.
Well, again, the athletes don't need to be there.
No.
The CARIFTA trials part of this competition is over, and you don't need the athletes there. You don't even need the coaches for this first part.
No.
So that's going to start. Again, they've been very secretive about where they will be
location,
meeting.
undisclosed location.
Undisclosed location.
If he told us, he'd probably have to kill us. That would have been Tramico.
Right
before he left. And I appreciate staying alive.
Staying alive is always important. So again, they are a little bit behind. According to their script, they should have been starting this at 9:45. But again, I don't think that they took into account that there would be
numerous
heats.
Numerous heats, yeah.
Right. Well, where's Steve going? I still love the overly dramatic music that they're using.
I almost feel like I'm watching some movie.
Avatar.
Yeah, Avatar. Yeah, like
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
And again, they are going to be a little bit behind. The 4x4 girls under 20, they are out. They have been marshaled out. But again, they are waiting for, I think that they are presenting medals. I hear them presenting medals.
Yeah, they are presenting some medals.
But I don't see them presenting medals.
Something's going on.
Oh, they are presenting medals. Okay. But there you see just a second ago the under 20 girls 4x4 teams getting ready. Again, it will be Sunland Baptist, PJ Bethel High School, BMES, St. Augustine's College, C.R. Walker, Kingsway Academy, and Tabernacle Baptist Academy as well when we get started. So two of SAC runners have decided that they have been sitting down just
they want to stay warm.
And they're trying to stay warm.
For me, I would have sent these medals home. I'll send them to you in the mail. Send them to your school tomorrow. And as this evening winds down, that's actually Norris Bain out of Grand Bahama, Tabernacle Baptist, who is doing presentations now. Yeah, I'm wondering now what's going on. These aren't actually medal presentations. These seem to be some type of awards they're giving out. All right, so let's go over there and find out what they're saying.
They're nice medals. I mean,
and we know our athletes love awards. The under-17 boys, most outstanding track, Ross Martin, C.R. Walker, flew over here to collect his award. Let's hear it from Ross Martin, C.R. Walker Knight. Most outstanding track in the under-17 division. For the most outstanding track female in the under 14 girls division, collecting the award, Kiezra Thomas, Bishop Michael Eldon School. In the under 17 girls, most outstanding track female goes to Darvinic Dean, St. Augustine's College. In the under 20 girls track division, your most outstanding track female, Quincy Pan of Moores Island. Moving to the most outstanding field, female athletes. In the under 14 girls division, Queens College Comets, Tarjane Green. Moving into the under 17 girls, most outstanding field athletes. Under 14 girls, most outstanding field, Tarjane Green, Queens College Comets. Moving into the under 17 girls field, most outstanding, Terrell McCoy, Windsor Schools. For the under 20 girls, most outstanding field female, Queens College Comets, Lanisha Lubin. Now here's the exciting news. Most outstanding points for this 2023 ICS B3A's CARIFTA Trials and High School National Championships. Presenting these medals will be the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture and the Member of Parliament for the Garden Hills constituency, the Honorable Mario Bolag. Collecting the most outstanding points for the male in the under 17 boys division, we had a tie. Sunland Baptist, Zion Bradford, and Cameron Henfield, Queens College Comets. Can we ask the two, Zion Bradford and Cameron Henfield, please? Again, that was a two-way tie for the most outstanding points in the under 14 division. Zion Bradford, Sunland Baptist, and Cameron Henfield of Queens College Comets. In the under 17 boys, most outstanding points goes to Ross Martin of C.R. Walker Knight. And for the under-20 boys, most outstanding male, collecting all the points, Emmanuel Adams, C.C. Sweeting School. Running back again to get his most outstanding male award, Ross Martin, C.R. Walker Knights, the under-17 boys. Also returning to collect his award, under-14 boys tie, Cameron Henfield, Queens College Comets, most outstanding male for the under-14, tied with Zion Bradford. Okay, we're going to move to the most outstanding females here at this 2023 combined ICS B3A's CARIFTA Trials and High School Nationals. Collecting the most outstanding points in the under-14 girls division, but Bishop Michael Eldon Schools, Hey Ezra Thomas. For the under-17 girls, most outstanding points goes to Queens College Comets, Jemiah Nabi. For the under-20 girls, most outstanding points collecting will be Queens College Comets, Anae Mackey. Anae Mackey, Queens College Comets, under-20 girls, most outstanding points. Returning to collect his award in the male division, the most outstanding field goes to Tabernacle Joshua Williams. Congratulations to all of our outstanding male field and track athletes. We ask all of the athletes and coaches to please stick around for the completion of the 4x4s. We will give out the divisional championship awards. Look at those trophies. You don't want to leave those here. Beautiful. But we're going to move right back to the track with the finals of the 4x4s. So stick around.
Watch it now.
Finish up our races of the evening. I think, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, all right, good. All right. You had a perplexed look on your face. So we have two more races.
I always looked like that, Marcellus.
This is true.
How can you discern the difference?
We have two last races to go here before we wrap up competition here in these CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships. They will be the girls 4x4, the under 20s, and then to wrap things up, the boys will take to the track for the under 20 boys 4x4. And you can see the competitors who've been waiting for a while. We saw them kind of staying warm and trying to stay loose as they got ready for the start of these races. And again, they had to wait for those presentations to take place here in the late hours, the waning hours of the evening.
Old people don't like to be up these hours. We had expected Sunland in lane 1 and PJ Bethel High in lane 2. They are not here. So in lane 3 is Bishop Michael Eldon High School, St. Augustine's College in lane 4, C.R. Walker in lane 5, Kingsway Academy in 6, and Tabernacle Baptist in lane 7.
And there we go. You're all set as far as your lane assignments. The only thing left to determine now is who is going to be the winner. And we'll decide that in just a few short moments here as they get ready to start this under 20 girls 4x4. Okay, we got to say thanks to our crew who has been at this all day. I mean,
from this morning.
Yeah, from early this morning. They had the early shift with Charles Fisher and Rupert Gardner. And now here we are again this evening, completely covering this event. They say only the sun
covers the Bahamas
better. That's correct. I remember hearing that as a little kid. It still holds true, I guess.
Was it in black and white then, Marcellus?
Actually, this was actually pre-TV. I mean, just the radio.
I gave you an out, Marcellus.
You remember they used to have this crazy. It'd be like this. It would sound like I don't know what kind of sound it was in this. Only the sun covers the Bahamas.
It's like a reverb type of thing.
Yeah. So that was I remember very well sitting there with my grandmother while we would listen to the radio.
The funny thing was that when I was younger, I couldn't figure out where the Ed was in Z and S.
Yes,
because it's
a Z and S.
Z and S, and I constantly couldn't figure out where the Ed was in Z and S. I would see the Z, but I couldn't find the Ed.
Yes,
as a young kid.
Very perplexing for you.
It was very disturbing for me.
So this is it. Under 20 girls. All set up and ready to go. And just like that, they are underway.
Clean start there.
And look at that. Trying to maintain the stagger on that outside lane. Is Tabernacle Baptist going out strong.
Shania Adley, she's going out very hard here. Creeping on her it looks as if it is St. Augustine's College who is creeping up on her, and that's Ezekiel Maycock. Getting eaten up right now, coming on the inside, BMES.
Wow,
and Kazera Thomas has taken the lead here. She's been a powerhouse for BMES for a minute.
She's been very busy during the course of this competition.
Hands off to Rizpa Thompson. BMES out front. Sack picks up the baton second. Nia Wright. Looks as if Tabernacle's Treasure Burrows got it in third spot. Rizpa Thompson out right now for BMES.
As they try to maintain a nice lead at this stage, cutting in.
About a 30-meter lead right now. St. Augustine's College, Nia Wright trying to cut it down, but right now it is Rizpa Thompson. Sack cutting it down ever so slightly. but Thompson still holding on.
And Tabernacle Baptist now trying to
still in the mix.
Make some moves here in the third spot, coming on strong.
Treasure Burrows for Tabby making a move. You can see her picking up the pace there. Sachs Nia Wright also picking up the pace. Rizpa Thompson can hear her and is picking up her pace as well. Thompson will hand off to Phoebe Thompson.
It's going to be tight.
And Annie Moultrie gets the baton for St. Augustine's College. And out for Tabby is Tanaj Turnquest.
Antonisha Moultrie running there for SAC, but she has some work to do as Bishop Michael Eldon continuing to lead. They have done so from start to finish to this point.
Phoebe Thompson out there very strong, but Annie is trying to cut it down.
Making a move here.
Cutting it down. 5 meters to go, Annie Moultrie.
And I think I hear her mother screaming all the way from here.
Unfortunately, we can. Moultrie is going to make a move right here, right about the 150 mark. And she will try, but it is Moultrie getting held off.
Still holding her off.
Still holding her off.
Right on that right shoulder.
Phoebe Thompson is holding Moultrie off. Can't hold her off for long. Moultrie is pulling up. She is going to hold on. It is BMES holding on.
I think it's going to be a simultaneous handoff here.
Exchange almost simultaneously. Coming down to the last leg of this under 20 4x4. The St. Augustine's runner, Darvinique Dean, has to cut in if she wants to make up any major move right here. She does. She's holding off Maya Knowles from BMES. Very calm, cool, and collected. Darvinique Dean from SAC extending the lead ever so slightly, but you've got to understand those long legs from Maya Knowles, they're going to come into play. See her kicking in right now, coming up to 200 meters, 150 right now. SAC still out front. Darvinique Dean making the move. Also trying to come with her is BMES Maya Knowles, but right now, SAC, Darvinique Dean out front. Tabernacles.
And Bishop Michael Eldon's got to be careful.
Yeah, she's got to be careful.
Black may have a push for second.
Black is making a move as well. She has. Black is taking second spot right now. SAC takes the win, and it's going to be a fight for second. Tabby, not enough. Just not enough there. SAC picks up the win.
And C.R. Walker now comes toward the finish line. Good run there by St. Augustine's College. 3:56.40. It's a pretty impressive finish there for the crew from St. Augustine's College.
Charles Fisher excited by the SAC win.
As he makes his way toward the exit, I think that he's like, I think he told his daughter, it's time to go. You got school tomorrow, it's time to go.
So a good win there by SAC. Had to fight back in. Annie Moultrie really pulled them back into that race. And they've stamped their tickets to head to Philadelphia.
Added incentive, if you will. And so we are
at the end.
At our final race of the night.
And this is going to be a full house. QC is sending a team out to this one. George Nottage, Matthew Chandler, Jonathan Harris, and Zion Miller for QC in lane 5. Sunland Baptist, Marco Carey, Fulton Robinson, Lamar Williams, and Dinaj Kelly in lane 2. Tamani Skinner for SAC in 7, along with Jonathan Fowler, Andrew Brown, and Morgan Moss. That's a powerhouse right there, if I've ever heard of one. Again, do not count out Tabernacle. They've got Joshua and Jordan Williams, who will be out there along with Aiden Kelly and Daquan Scott. And again, just to run through completely, it's Doris Johnson in 1, Sunland Baptist in 2, CC Sweeting in 3, GHS in 4, QC in 5, Tabby in 6, SAC in 7, and St. Anne's in lane 8. And again, don't count them out either. Philip Gray, Berkeley Munnings, Dana Roll, and Terrell Thompson. That could be a powerhouse and a spoiler out there in lane 8. Again, these are not seeded by any times. But we'll head over real quick to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with the winning SAC team. Jay.
Chris, you said that the winning SAC team. Excellent race by these ladies. First leg you ran. Talk about the race.
Okay. I just wanted to go in there, give it my all after today, and hopefully, and my goal was to put them in a good position to try to win, and just hopes that everyone just push so that we can win, and we did that. So I'm proud of them.
You had a busy weekend competing in multiple events. How you felt about your particular leg, the second leg?
I feel good about it. I just glad that I could give to my team what they needed and not like chicken out or nothing.
Moultrie, that third leg, you came from behind. You was able to put your team back in a winning position.
I don't know. We just wanted to win, so yeah, it was a good race.
And of course, beautiful ankle leg by you. Was you guys confident that you would have been able to win?
I mean, I was confident in my team, but I wasn't confident in myself. Once I saw my other competitors, I doubted myself. But that goes to show us, have confidence in yourself and believe that you can be the best.
There you have it. Confidence. You guys are the best. Congratulations on winning the under-20 girls 4x4. Back to you guys.
The St. Augustine's College, by the way, again.
Yeah. Don't get it twisted. You gotta get it right.
I still have backup. And this big backup, too. So, again, boys 4x4, under 20. Doris Johnson in 1, Sunland Baptist in 2, CC Sweeting in 3, GHS in 4, QC in 5, Tabby in 6, SAC in 7, and St. Anne's in lane 8.
Our final race of the night.
I think there's a joke happening, and I'm not hearing it.
Looking for a grand finale here.
Tamani Skinner very strong in that start there for St. Augustine's College.
He jumped out of there. Tabernacle also off to that's St. Anne's also off to a strong start.
Tamani Skinner is going to leave it all out here for a sack right now.
Here comes Tabernacle.
Tabby's making a move. St. Anne's out there. Philip Gray. Again, don't count him out. He's a very strong competitor. Tamani running very close on the line, cutting down on that time that he's spending out there. Skinner for sack. Gray for St. Anne's. Gray for St. Anne's with a slight lead, but Tamani Skinner cutting it down, pulling it out, keep that baton straight. Tamani Skinner is going to hand off to Jonathan Fowler. Fireworks are going to start here. Philip Gray will hand off to Terrell Thompson for St. Anne's. Tamani Skinner out front, hands off. Jonathan Fowler gets it, tears off running.
I haven't heard that in a while, tearing off running.
Tear off running.
Still very, oh, wow, look at that move on the inside. Jumping high.
GHS and Alexio Adderley, he may not be able to sustain that if he can.
I'm going to just get a long lead and hope nobody catches me.
Yeah, do not worry, though. Jonathan Fowler is right there on his heels.
And he's walking him down.
He's walking him down. Even with that, that may have been the impetus for Jonathan to make that very strong move there.
He said, excuse me, I got somewhere else to be right now.
At this point, Lexio Adley drops back, taking the lead and taking advantage right now is Jonathan Fowler for St. Augustine's College in the red. He will hand off to Morgan Moss. Not quite sure why they are lined up there, but Morgan Moss gets it. St. Anne's and Berkeley Munnings in second spot right now. Out front, Sachs, Morgan Moss trying to extend the lead, coming up on the 100-meter mark. It is still Sachs.
They are flying around the track.
They are flying, is correct.
My goodness.
Morgan Moss out there. Right now it is St. Anne's and Berkeley Munnings who is being chased down a little bit, but right now Sack, Morgan Moss out there all by himself, getting chased at this point at the 200-meter mark. You can see St. Anne's chasing him. Tabernacle and Daquan Scott coming for him as well. But right now, that is Berkeley Munnings chasing him from St. Anne's. St. Anne's going after St. Augustine's College. Boy. Berkeley Munnings is making the move here. One more lap to go. Berkeley Munnings is going to hand off right now. St. Anne's in the lead on this one. On the inside, Sachs, Andrew Brown. Dana Roll for St. Anne's. Sack takes the advantage on the very clean exchange there. Sack is heading out. Andrew Brown is trying to extend this lead ever so slightly. 15 meters at this point. It is St. Anne's and Dana Roll trying to make a move. Sack's Andrew Brown is not going to let that happen. Coming up at the 200-meter mark. Still about 15 meters. But it is Andrew Brown turning the afterburners on. You can almost see the lactic acid building up in him on this curve. But it is.
Well, look at coming up right now. A battle for the second.
Tabby coming as well. Joshua Williams from Tabernacle.
Brown tying up a bit.
Yep. He's better move if he wants to pick up this win. Andrew Brown for Sac is going to be challenged. He holds it off, but it will be for second spot. And it will be Tabernacle that picks up second. St. Anne's picks up third in a very dramatic end to this National High School Track and Field Championships and CARIFTA Trials. The final time, 3:18.69. A great run there by St. Augustine's College to pick up the win.
Fabulous run there by St. Augustine's College. They ran a sound race, all four legs, and they did get a challenge at some point.
They got two challenges.
They got two challenges, but
by Tabby, they got from St. Anne's. It was just really all around, but they were able to hold it off.
That third leg, St. Anne's fighting their way back into it, going into the final exchange, and then just being able to persevere and hold off. That showed a lot of guts by the St. Augustine's team, and also from all of the competitors, really, because this was by no means an easy race. Probably, like I said, one of the more competitive 4x4s we saw the entire evening, and it came right down critically to the last race of the night.
And again, as you can see, having all of the competitors in one flight makes it a lot easier to see where everybody is, and I think you're seeing better competition because of all of them being in there. Does that mean that we needed to have heats? I don't know. But again, that is where things are. right now. You remember here, at this point, it was...
for the young man from GHS.
Lexio Adderley took off trying to see if
he inspired everybody else to go hard.
Jonathan picked it up, and picked it up very fast at that point. So unintentionally, the win may partially be attributed to GHS. Because
they played rabbit almost.
Yeah, to a certain degree, because he took off. Alexio took off very fast. And I said, I know there's no way that he's going to be able to sustain this, but I think in his mind, he's trying to get out there and get out there very fast. Here, the third leg, I think that's Morgan Moss for Sac, who really had to struggle a little bit to hold off Berkeley Munnings from St. Anne's.
Yeah.
And he just tore off and just had to maintain it. One of the shorter competitors for St. Augustine's College, and again, that's
very unorthodox running style too. Probably makes himself work a little bit harder
than he needs to, and
he's starting to look. He can hear the footsteps.
Yeah,
he knows it's coming.
Here comes Berkeley Munnings. He's making a very strong push here, but you will see it is the exchange that keeps Sac in the mix here. Moss to Brown. St. Anne's does have the advantage, but Sac has a very great handoff there. You can see there Andrew Brown just really pick it up on that exchange, got them back out, and kept the lead. We're going to head over to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with the under-20 boys champions from the St. Augustine's College.
One more again.
St. Augustine's College, you guys are the 2023 high school 4x4 champions. How does it ring?
Feels amazing. We had a new PB of 3:18. It feels awesome. The first leg starting it off, I just felt like I did my job, gave it to my boys, and they brought home the win.
You ran a pretty good second leg. What was going through your mind? How did you want to compete?
Don't lose.
And that's the message. Don't lose. You guys certainly won. Third leg, it was a little bit difficult, but you were able to make some ground.
Yeah, so I was just trying to get it too. Process my last leg, keep with last leg. We could have finished it, so yeah.
You are one of the top athletes in track and field in the Bahamas. Was you confident once you got the baton that you was able to bring it home for the goal?
Yeah, I was confident. I know I had a lot of strong runners who was running on my team, and I know once they give me the baton inside a good position, I would do good. So I just look at the board to see where I was and know what to do.
There you have it, the final event of the night for the 2003 High School National Track and Field Championships. St. Augustine's College, first place in the under-20 boys 4x4. Back to you guys.
I appreciate you, Jay. I think we... as we finish out that last round of races here, let's toss it back to the studios, and we'll come right back. We'll close out. Are we going to the podium?
We're going to the podium. Some presentations they're going to make, presumably.
Okay, so let's head down there. Let's instead go down to the podium.
Let's see if that's where we're going to go first. Let's see if that's where we wanted to go.
ZNet, all of the audio, movie group, Eric and Aiden. A special thank you to all of the supporting staff in the background that you might not have seen. Our minister, the Honorable Mario Bolag, and entire staff of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, Acting Deputy Director, Sports Director, Kelsey Johnson. Special thank you to all of you for making this event a grand success.
I can't hear.
All right, so while we await that final presentation, coming over and joining us now, we got tired of having him on the sideline. We figured we'd bring
Jay
him
needs a
over here.
raise.
Yeah,
I don't care what anybody says. Jay needs a raise.
Jay says, from your mouth to God's ears right about now.
We'll talk to Shishina about that. We need to get you a raise. Please.
So, guys, great ending, that last relay. Probably one of the most exciting ones we've seen this evening. And it was good to see all those teams out there fighting out, battling it out to the very, very bitter end. St. Augustine's does ahead go. Sorry, Jay. Go ahead and get that win. But just an absolute fabulous day. 3 days of competition.
It has absolutely been fabulous, like you would have said, Marcellus, from start to finish. The events ran smoothly. Didn't see no major injuries from any of the athletes. Parents was out here. Fans were out here. Even on the day, which was a school day, the athletes came out. They showed out. They showed that we're going to definitely be contending this year at the CARIFTA Track and Field Champions. But overall, I mean, to see the amount of talent out here in the Bahamas, I was super impressed with Andres. Andres had some pretty good athletes. Also, Mars Island.
Hold that thought. We're going to go right over to the podium real quick as they are now set for our final awards presentations of the evening. The Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture in position. Let's see what's happening over there.
Here are your combined team scores. Girls and boys scores have been combined. So, in the under 14 division, taking the third trophy, in each division, only the winning divisional champion will receive those beautiful trophies on the table, standing right next to the minister. So we're getting ready. In the under 14 combined team scores, girls and boys. Coming in third, C.H. Reeves Junior High. Coming in second, Queens College Comets. And taking the divisional under 14 girls and boys trophy, St. Augustine's College, Big Red Machine. Again presenting the trophy, the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, Member of Parliament for the Garden Hills constituency, the Honorable Mario Bolag. Moving in. Moving into the under 17 combined girls and boys. Again, only the top, the champion, will receive the trophy. Coming in third in the under 17 combined division, Tabernacle Baptist, all the way out of Grand Bahama, collecting the silver, Queens College Comets. And your winner, champion, in the divisional schools, under 17 division, combined team scores, St. Augustine's College, Big Red Machine. and for your under 20 division. Again, the combined team scores are those of the girls and the boys for the completion of the 3 days, track and field. Coming in third in the under 20 division, Tabernacle Baptist Academy. Coming in second, Queens College Comets. And taking home the championship trophy for the under 20 combined team scores, St. Augustine's College Big Red Machine. Again, on behalf of the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture, we want to say a special congratulations to all of our participating schools, our divisional champions in 3 divisions, under 17, under 14, and under 20. And of course, special mention and congratulations to all of our participating divisional schools, Queens College, C.H. Reeves, Tabernacle Baptist. Congratulations. This concludes our ICS B3A's CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championship 2023.
And how about that? All the trophies have been given out.
Clinton Laguerre there from St. Augustine's College. They won the under 20 division, the under 17 division, and under 14 division. Clinton making a very big mark out there. Hopefully he will make the CARIFTA team. Again, that ratification meeting has already started. You will see the fireworks in about an hour when things start to kick off. We will know by tomorrow, presumably by noon, who will be on the team. Again, it's an 80-team selection that is going to be necessary there. So, again, we're going to be waiting for that for tomorrow. But again, a great 3 days of competition, getting everybody ready. Jay was talking about Morris Island. We've been consistently talking about how much they've got to go through, not only just to train, but to get to an event like this. And to come here and be so spectacular, I think, is amazing.
Yeah, none of those athletes from Morris Island make this year's trip. But I would have mentioned Quincy was just exceptional. You know, being able to compete amongst the best and the best, that takes a major level of confidence, consistency, and being disciplined. And she was able to just defeat all odds, traveling to Providence, thinking about the training process for an athlete. That's just extremely difficult to be able to come out and compete and win not just one but 2 gold medals.
Commitment, right? And sometimes you make those sacrifices in order to get with the dreams, to get your dreams accomplished, and she did exactly that. You talk about, and that's some of the great stories we heard throughout the course of this weekend. Now, a lot of these athletes have made those sacrifices. A lot of the parents have made sacrifices.
I was about to say parents make those.
So yeah, you know, as a track parent and a sports parent, you know, we have to make these rides all the time. We gotta pick up and drop off, and sometimes that goes overlooked. And the kids remember a little bit later on, but it is one of those things that often goes understated, but should not ever be forgotten.
Correct.
Is that the parents and the coaches play a tremendous role in it. Athletes, yes, but again, without the parents being able to understand.
Make the pickups and drop-offs.
Exactly. Right. Yes. It is not a given by any stretch of the imagination, so you got to get out there and get it done.
And Jay, from your perspective, Grand Bahama doing very well here. Sunland Baptist turning in some great performances. BMES making some great performances out there as well. What is your takeaway from Grand Bahama with this?
Well, recently Grand Bahama just competed at the Island Relays and also Island Sports, and so being in Grand Bahama on a daily basis, speaking to most of the athletes, doing feature stories, they wanted to come here and show that Grand Bahama has some talent, and so we did just that. Treasure Barrow is one of those athletes. Aaron Barr, of course, Zion Shepherd, another athlete. Some other athletes that came out today, over the week in fact, and just displayed some good character, and they were able to compete against some of the best in the country, and hopefully from a Grand Bahama perspective, some of those athletes would be named to CARIFTA team.
I'm hoping that someone sometime gets in their mind that maybe we need to have divisional, not just by age, but by size.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about like the BAISS, it is a size that makes the difference. QC and SAC are the 2 dominating schools, and maybe a larger population. Yeah. So maybe if you separate it by population, like they do in the States, 5A, 4A, 3A.
Sure.
Again, I think it was Temple Christian who came third in the recent BAISS. They would have won 4A if that's what it was. Yeah. And so you would be a champion in your own right. And again, it is just a way that you describe it, but it is a way that you are a champion 4A as opposed to 5A with SAC and QC. and maybe somebody comes up with some sort of way that we can put that in place.
Sure, I
give
like
a
the sound of that does sound extremely well, like something that maybe we can look into, and maybe that is something, because it does give those schools again something to shoot for, because you obviously know going in you're overmatched,
right?
Just by virtue of just the depth of numbers in your school, you just can't simply put the athletes into the competition you need to in order to win overall. But if you're going up against schools of your like size, then it becomes interesting. Yeah, absolutely.
St. Anne's, St. John's, TC, Kingsway, they're making a mark and doing very well. They just do not have the numbers to compete with the SAC and QC. And maybe that's something that we look into in terms of expanding whatever, just like you have in Junkanoo, A groups, B groups. Maybe that's something that you look at too. I don't think that that's as big a problem in Grand Bahama. But maybe we still need to look at it from a nationalistic standpoint, where we come to something like this, and it's
the family and schools again,
5A, 4A, whatever.
But looking at the overall talent of this past few days, I mean, it's
very impressive. It's
been some exceptional performances, and me being in Grand Bahama and reading and learning about St. Augustine's College and QC, they're the real deal. Those schools they've been dominating St. Augustine's, QC, St. John's in some aspects as well too. But overall, Bahamians should feel very proud and anticipate some good performances when this team will be ratified tomorrow. As far as CARIFTA, I mean, some of the athletes I know there's a discrepancy about some new national records and that kind of stuff going on, but excellent performances from athletes all around.
And President Archer mentioned from the B3A is that this is going to be good news for us in 2 weeks. But watch what happens for track when we come to the NACAC championships and the CAC championships coming up, where we're going to see a little bit of our senior athletes, our junior senior athletes start to compete.
Yes.
That's where you're going to see a lot of standout as well. And that's the goal. Again, once you can touch and see somebody of your age who has the same passport as you, who's from where you come from, you can say that's where I want to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, it has been a tremendous 3 days. It has been absolutely fun. But as they say, all good things must indeed come to an end, as does this broadcast. We hope you've enjoyed it. Again, thanks to the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture for making this all possible. It has been an incredible time. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Chris Saunders, Jay Philippe, Marcellus Hall, we bid you good night. We'll see you again right around the corner. CARIFTA Championships, they're coming up real soon.
You're watching the ZNS Network, the People's Station. This is the ZNS Network, providing radio and high-definition television services for the entire Bahamas. On behalf of the management and staff of the ZNS Network, we wish you a very pleasant good night.